I'm so excited to bring him here with a conversation. And for those of you who don't know who Graham is, he is a stand-up comic. He is a director and an actor and a podcaster, and he's an amazing person. And I've watched some of the things that he's produced, short, long. I've watched interviews and I've seen biographies. I've read so much about him. I went to Wiki. I did everything. I got it all. I know this man like I know none other. And I got to tell you, it's been a very short, quick learning experience. But wow, it was just an eye opener for me. And what an incredible person! I'm so glad to bring Graham Elwood. Here he is. Graham, welcome to the show. Welcome to Nays Garden.
Thanks, dude. Thanks for having me on your show. I really appreciate it. And the cool thing about what we do, you and I each having our own like live YouTube shows or whatever, is that's how we got to meet. Like, someone in our chat was talking, and then we got introduced, and now here we are. Which I find that global digital community a pretty cool thing.
I do too. And if you'll give me 1 second, I'm just going to turn up my volume. I'm just going to rock it. I want to make sure that Graham must be heard. The word. Okay, there we go. Okay, fantastic. So, I'm just going to start. I mean, I've got some opening questions I'd love to ask. I mean, first I want to thank you for directing and producing Earbuds. From being somebody, and let me just tell you from my perspective, to not make this about me, but when I heard that you produced a movie in 2017 about podcasting, I immediately got excited and I go, oh, this is great, because I didn't know that you had done this, and this is something that my life is based on for the last 10 years or so. So I was really interested to find out about it. I sought it out and I watched the movie, and what I found out was that it was so much more than anything I could have ever possibly fathomed. That this movie covered so much more than just. And I've watched interviews and I've watched people talk to you about this, and I don't want you to think that it's played out, because none of my audience has really been exposed to any of this yet. It's going to be fresh for them, and I've tried to bring them some of what you brought in your movie Earbuds. It was an eye-opener, and what I realized was it's about people. It really is about people, and I want you just to tell us about it,
Well, thank you. It was a really cool experience. We started, I used to do a podcast, we just ended it in December, called Comedy Film Nerds, and we did it for 10 years, and, with my friend Chris Mancini, and it was really, a lot of it was sort of the LA comedy podcasting scene is sort of how it came out. When podcasting first sort of came out, 2006, 2007, in that area, a bunch of comedians, many of whom were in Los Angeles, started to kind of gravitate to it, and we all sort of loved this freedom. And traditional media is very competitive. If you have a show on ABC at 8 o'clock and I got a show on NBC at 8 o'clock, like, we're competitors. Whereas in the digital space, we share. Like what we're doing right now. Your audience is going to learn about me. My audience is going to learn about you. It's this wonderful sort of exchange. And we saw it was so, like, Chris Mancini, and many of us comedians that got into it, people like Mark Maron, had worked for years in traditional show business, and loved the freedom that it brought, and the connection we got from the fans was insane. I mean, it was just, and then Dave Anthony, who does the Dollop podcast, is also friends with myself and Chris Mancini. He came to us and said, hey, let's do a podcast festival. And we were like, wow, that's a great idea. And when we did the Los Angeles Podcast Festival, we did it for 7 years, and it was a beautiful thing, and I was glad to be a part of it. The community of people was just amazing. And, and all of it sort of happened at the same time. And then there's this new, like, crowdfunding. What's this crowdfunding we heard about? And there's this Kickstarter. Like, all right, let's try that. And so we used Kickstarter to fund the first year of the podcast festival. And we thought, why don't, Chris Mancini and myself are both filmmakers, and that's how we met. both comedians who made movies, and we went to film festivals and stuff. And that's why we created Comedy Filmers. It's just our love of movies, and we thought, well, why don't we do a podcasting documentaries? Somebody was wanting to like make a podcasting and come to the festival, and they were like, and Chris came to me one day. I came to his house to work because we get together a couple days a week to do Comedy Filmers, and he'd go, why don't we do this? I mean, who knows more about podcasting and festivals and making movies than us combined? Like, we know this, and we did it. And then we put it out to the fans, you know, and we raised $140,000 on Kickstarter, which was just, and the whole podcasting community made that happen. It was so beautiful. And people like Will Anderson, who's this very big name comedian in Australia, you know, we went on all these people's shows, and Sam Tripoli, and I mean, everybody, Aisha Tyler, all these people, you know, put it out to their audience, and the fans, in the way the community supports podcasting, they made that movie happen. I mean, and then we flew all over the country and the world to interview people, and it was one of the more profound experiences. I made 2 feature documentaries. One is when I went to Afghanistan, which is a life-changing experience, and then making earbuds was a life-changing experience, you know. And I have, like in the movie, the woman Sanai that's in Japan, you know, her and I are like friends. She's like a friend of mine, you know. We just spoke, and you know, I'm friends with so many people in there, and also I learned a lot, like hearing not just the fans speak, but the like comedian friends of mine, like Todd Glass or you know, Chris Hardwick or Joe Rogan or people like that would say stuff in an interview that I go, oh, that's right. Like I remember Aisha Tyler said, she goes, I don't have hour-long conversations with my family. And yet, you know, I'm having people come on my show, and we have these long, in-depth conversations. And so I just fell in love with that medium. And so, yeah, it was just such a joy to make that movie, and I'm so proud that we made it. And you know, that's the thing about a movie, you know, that I've loved being a stand-up comedian and a filmmaker. They're 2 very different things. Like stand-up comedy is very much like, it's like an amazing meal. You eat it and it's gone, and you remember it, but it's gone. And that's the beauty of it. I mean, that's the beauty of an amazing meal. That's the beauty of live stand-up comedy. It's unique. It'll never happen again. If you put those same people in that room, in the same club, it wouldn't be the same experience. Whereas making a movie is like building a house or something beautiful. It's always there. People who have never heard of it, when they watch it, that's the thing I love about movies. It's new to you, you know? I just watched, I mean, you know, we're stuck in quarantine, so I just watched this movie called Parallax View with, it was made in the 70s,
Yep.
some
Yep.
CIA, and it was new to me, so it was a brand new, beautiful experience, this movie that was made in 1974, and that's the beauty of film, and that's the thing why you know, I'm so proud of Earbuds. It's like all the people involved, it was such an amazing collaborative experience, and
I missed that boat.
we got great support. What do you mean?
I didn't know it came out, and I missed it. I mean, it's. I feel like I've been ripped off for 3 years. I feel like I've been denied this incredible. Let me explain one thing to you. That you know, I might say a little touch of narcissism maybe got me into podcasting. You know, I might have a little bit of, you know, put the focus on me, a little bit. And the one thing that your movie explained, what it shows, is that even people that are trying to make it about them, what they find out is they're affecting other people, and in that, it takes them out of that. And you know what? And then it makes you want to go out there, and it makes you want to spread love instead of just show what you got, you know?
Yeah, it's a beautiful sentiment. It really, I think it makes all of us see the world differently. I mean, I thought I was pretty open-minded and stuff like that, but you know, you'll say something on your show, maybe even a joke or something, and then somebody emails you and goes, hey, you might not be aware of this, you know, or this community of people or whatever. It's like, the connection to the world is so amazing. I mean, I just got a handwritten letter from this fan that sent to my PO box this beautiful thing, and there's art on the envelope, right? This
Love
Harriet
it.
Tubman, and
Love it.
and it's
beautiful.
it's just beautiful. And so
Right.
my view of the world is definitely broadened and expanded. And I'm someone who's traveled all over the world, but podcasting and now YouTube is like, the people I've met are just amazing.
Let me ask you while you're right there. Let me interrupt you and just ask you, since 2017 and now, what differences have you noticed in podcasting, the podcasting community, in the last 3 years it's been?
Well, I mean, definitely, and this is the thing that's discussed in earbuds, is like some of podcasting has the big media companies came in because there's big money to be made, and some shows have been like sold for millions of dollars, which to me is like good. Give the content creators, I mean, the artists and content creators deserve to get paid. We're the one doing all the labor. I mean, you've got like My Favorite Murder, that show, and I know Karen Kilgariff, and it's just her and her friend just talking in the kitchen about murder stories, and there's this massive show, and they're selling out theaters and all this stuff. And then the Joe Rogan Spotify deal that just happened, like that is a cataclysmic shift from all of us just talking in our garages or apartments or whatever. So you're seeing the big business aspect of it. You're seeing, but even now, like the true crime ones, like some of them have solved crimes. I mean,
Right.
it's like
Sure.
it's so, of course, big business has gotten into it, but it's the thing and I said this in earbuds back then, and I still believe it to this day. Sure, great, big business is in it, but as long as somebody can just plug in something and talk and put it out for the world to listen to, we will always have this purity of authentic voices being just, I'm saying what I want to say, how I want to say it. And when you have companies like Patreon and Rockfin coming forward that are also democratizing the monetization of it, which is critical, because that's a big issue, right? How do I put all this time into this show? I'm sure you've had to deal with that. Like, how do I make this my living and pay my bills? That's a legitimate concern, without either sponsorships or something. There's some business. I mean, we live in a capitalist society. It is what it is. So how do we do this? And the fact that there's now all these new, unique ways to, get the, and why not? Like the audience, you're going directly to the audience. And the audience cares about you when you're authentic and real. They care about you, so they would want to support it. And people are cutting their cable and paying these big media companies, and they'd rather support shows like yours and mine and whoever else. That's the thing I've noticed. It's become, the business end of it has gotten more sophisticated, and overall, I think it's favoring the content creators a little more.
Right. So,
some people might argue with me, but
well, I would never make that mistake. And that's definitely not why I would ever ask you on here. And while we're talking about that, what was that interview like with Jesse Lee Peterson that you did? I mean, it seemed like he was so hostile, and you were such the adult in the room, and I was so proud of the way you handled yourself. What was that like?
Well, part of that is my fault, in the sense that I didn't do enough research on who the guy was before I did the interview. That's on me. I just said, and I think part of this is sort of.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, but I just can't even fathom what that must have been like for you to go in there and realize what you had just stepped into the den of snakes, bro. I mean, you were just like, what is going on, man? I just answered that question.
It was, and this is my fault, because again, I was coming from, so I've only been doing the political stuff for 3.5 years, right? And it's a whole new space. Now, I'm coming from the world of comedy podcasts, where no one's looking to sandbag you. No one's looking to, crush your point of view. You're just you know, and there's a couple of podcasts I was on where they said some crazy, and it got a little confrontational, and I was like, what? You know, but maybe just a topic came up that became divisive or combative. But I was a little naive in terms of, and after that, I was like, man, these political things, I really got to research this because I'm in a different space now doing, even though I'm still like a political comedian and doing, you know, comedic commentary on some issues, some stuff like there is, it's just not funny. But so that was on my fault. I didn't research that. His producer just emailed me and said, "Would you be willing to come on a show?" And he's got all these subscribers, and I just thought, "Oh, okay." And he's conservative, and I thought, "Okay, great."
Oh, okay. Well, at least you knew that much. At least you knew he was conservative, so you knew. Okay. I mean, I was thinking that you were just going to a podcast guy, and you didn't even realize it was a political thing. You know.
I knew it was going to be political, and then when I got there and at his studio, look, he's built up a decent business for himself. I mean, I don't know the man personally.
Oh yeah, it's impressive. It's impressive.
Yeah, he went. My guess is he went. Oh, a black right-wing conservative. No one's in this lane. I'll take it. You know, like
I'll fill that void and fill it. He does.
Like, well, if he just knows there's money, maybe he truly believes what he's saying, but I don't know. I get the feeling
he's just a Tucker Carlson, man. Like, he's making a lot of money, and there's no way these guys are that dumb. There's no way. They're making money.
Oh, he's a sharp guy. He knows what he's doing, and he had a staff of people there. You know, a couple people that that were, it was like 2 camera guys. One was a black guy, one was a white guy. His producer was a white guy, and then there's a female assistant, and this other black woman was his assistant. And
it's a nice, diverse crew.
Yeah, he's, and he's. I'm sure. I don't know what if they're getting paid well. I would assume they could, but he's built up his own studio. He has his own like kind of church, so to speak, or whatever. He gives these services. And
Graham, I've got to ask you, what is he like off camera? Is he the same man?
He's a very nice guy. He's a nice guy. I mean, he really...
Is he argumentative?
He's a nice guy. No.
Okay,
no.
Okay.
And that's the thing. So when he started doing that, in my head, oh, and I was sitting in the chair and I was like, oh, I was literally going, I said to myself, I go, Graham, you gotta research people before you bring them on the show, because after the fact, Ron goes, yeah, Graham, didn't you know that's what he does? I said, no, dude, I had no idea. Funny. And I could tell what I've done morning radio. I mean, I did that for years as a road comic, and some of those morning radio guys were all trying to be Howard Stern, and they'd say like, is that why you have sex with midget lesbians? Like they're always trying to throw like
right, the shock,
some crazy thing.
Sure,
like, okay.
Sure.
And I was sitting there going, okay, so he's going to try to. And you have to sign a release that he gets ownership of the footage, which was fine. I'm like, all right, so he's going to try to get me to say some got you soundbite thing. And I was sitting in the chair kind of mad at myself going, dude, you can't let this happen again. You have to really do research. And so when I realized what he was doing, he was just trying to push buttons and say crazy stuff. I even joked, I said, oh, so this is just say crazy stuff like Jerry Springer. And then his producer, when the show finally came out, his producer said, okay, here's the clip, and here it is. And I said, thanks. And his producer finally goes, so it seems like you're not going to post this on social media. And I was honest with him. I said, I'll be real honest with you. I thought we were going to just have a reasonable discussion or debate about politics, and it turned to be more like Jerry Springer. And I'm not going to promote that. And the producer goes, I get it. And I was like, okay. Like, I'm just not going to, and look, because I learned, and this is the thing I learned just doing podcasting. Me, again, going back to Comedy Film Nerds, we when we would talk movies on that show, we would rarely argue. We just, if we liked, like, let's say I liked a movie and you came on the show and said you didn't like that movie, we would say, oh, cool, let's hear why. And we knew early on, look, if we turned it into a movie fight, we would have gotten more viewers. We would have gotten more listeners. We would have gotten more traction on social media. But I don't want to play that game. I don't want to do. I've worked in reality TV. I don't want to do Real Housewives.
Right.
I don't want to do that crap.
Right.
So.
I hear the word reality. I hear the word reality, and I run. I hear the word real, and I stay.
Yeah.
It's funny. It's a marketing.
I want to hear different thoughts and opinions and points of view, and I would love to have a real conversation with a black man that's openly conservative Republican. I would really love to hear that conversation.
Mhm.
That just sort of say crazy shit to get clicks. I mean, you know, and I get it. I wrestle with this just as a content creator with YouTube. Like, the title of a YouTube video is important, and I don't want to. I have eight words or less to do it in, and I need it to grab people's attention. But I also don't want to just be like, you know, naked sex club, you know, just whatever, just clickbait, you know,
Right.
Bikini wrestling or whatever. Like, but I need to, like, you know, I've wrestled with that. Obviously, last summer my channel went from 20 to 50,000 subscribers because I was covering the Epstein stuff pretty thoroughly, and I still am. And again, all this Ghislaine Maxwell stuff for the last 3 weeks, my views are up and all that stuff. And you know, that's one of those examples of the title. So I guess my point is, I get the, like, the dilemma as the content creator is you got to put stuff in the title that explains it, that's honestly explaining it, but also is going to get people's interest to click on it without it being sensationalist clickbaity.
Right.
So that aspect I understand. And I see some content creators, and Jesse is one of them, who just went, oh, if I say the craziest shit, I'll get clicks and follows through the roof. So I'm just going to say crazy shit. And and people do that, and I'm just like, they're always trying to amp up some controversy and some. I just don't want to play that game. I'm about getting to the truth, man.
Right.
And
Right.
give people my authentic opinion, whether they agree with it or not. Just know that I came to that conclusion honestly. If I got it wrong, I'll admit it. So I don't know.
All right. Well, let me pause you right here and totally just hit you from broadside. All right. How do you serve so many masters and you do it so well?
Oh, wow. That's a great question, man.
I mean, does something take priority? I mean, you started stand up when you were young, right? I'm thinking probably younger than most people do. How old were you when you started?
I was 18.
That's young. I mean, you know, that you just, you bam. So I'm sure that stand up has got to be, you know, especially now with COVID is putting everything in slow motion. Stand up still got to be just like really important to you, right? It's got to be up there because you're so good at it.
Well, thank you. I mean, it is, and every performer will tell you this right now. Not performing live is really, like, look, this isn't a woe is me. We're all struggling with this quarantine. We're all doing too much or not enough. We're all out. I mean, everything is just out of balance. We're all getting too much or not enough of something. But yeah, as a performer, it just, like, when Ron and I made the decision, you know, last month to cancel all of our 2020 dates or just push them to next summer, it was just like, oh, Ron and I had this long conversation, and I love going on the road with Ron, and he and I work really well together, and we have these great conversations, like, we always play devil's advocate, like, it's never an argument or anything, we just like, what do you think? And when we came to the conclusion, I got off the phone and I literally cried. I was like, oh wow, not performing live. So to get back to your question though, I think that's a thing you learn as a stand-up comic, how to serve masters, because when I was a young road comic, you're trying to be funny, you're trying to be authentic. And when as a young comic, you're trying to find your comedic voice. You don't know it yet. You're just trying to, like, you know, that sounds like Steve Martin. That's, you know, not that you're stealing material, but like you don't know who you are yet on stage. You're trying to find that voice. Just like a band, like, oh, their early stuff sounded like this other band or whatever. So you're trying to find that voice, and you're trying to be funny, because if you're not funny, like when I was on the road, I mean, you would get booked. It's a little different now, but still though, if you got booked for a week of shows, Wednesday through Saturday or something like that, if you bomb Wednesday and bomb again Thursday, you are home on Friday. Your weekend's over. So you got to deliver. I mean, it's like pro sports in a little bit. Like, you can't hit that double A curveball. Bye-bye. You're back down to single A. You
Right.
know? Like, it's so there is this, and I think it's a thing that you wrestle with as any performer, but especially comedians, of you see, you see these acts and I get it, they're trying to pay their bills or whatever, but they're doing hacky crap. They're just doing whatever. Bullshit impressions or song parodies that aren't very, they're just sort of pushing comedy, and they crush. The club owners book them back, and you think, well, I don't want to do that. But then if you go too, and this is just as a road comic, you go too esoteric or whatever, then you might lose the audience. So you have to kind of figure that out. And then navigating show business is the same thing. And the thing is I did over 300 episodes of TV as a game show host. And, I'm grateful for that. It was awesome experience, and I learned how to work in big time.
And you started that young too, weren't you? Weren't you 25 or something when you got into television?
Yeah. I was in my mid to late 20s when I got into TV, and
that's amazing.
And then it was great. It was a great experience. But man, you want to talk about serving masters? You've got the network, you've got the sponsors, you've got the producers, and your creative voice is way low on that list. And so, like, trying to be my authentic comedy within the structure of a game show that has a 3-act structure, and we got to move in the rules or whatever. So for me, I think it's actually because I went through all that experience as a road comedian and in traditional media and doing all this television, and you have all these countless pitch meetings and auditions in Hollywood. When you got to be someone else, you always got to like try to fit into this mold and that mold. This YouTube thing that Jimmy Dore talked me into, it was the end of the year in 2016. I was on his show, and I told, he's like, "Oh, how's your condo?" And I told him how I lost my home and all this stuff. And he had this conversation. I'll never forget this. He goes, "Graham, people are starving for a guy like you." And people respond to authenticity and, character, charisma. He goes, "You have those things and you're authentic." And so I find it easier to serve everybody because I'm just being really way more true to myself, because I don't have this like network head, like the vice president of the network's coming down to the studio. Like, I don't have that, like,
Right.
It's sort of, I want to say what's authentic to me, and being authentic is what makes the show better and popular and generates money. Like, and I can talk about whatever I want. I will continue to talk about climate change. And truth be told, the climate change videos never do as well. They never do that well, but I like doing it. And I'm not talking about Epstein because, it's good clicks. I think it's important to me personally.
Well,
personal
can I quote someone here for a second? I think his name was Graham Elwood, and he said that climate change is the single most important issue of our time. That was you.
Yeah. So, thank you. It's. I got to talk about it, and so, and also, I mean, part of it is like, see what the fans respond to, and I'm just going to do what I want and see how people respond, and that's why, like, the Granny Petrol thing is just so fun, because she's real. She's a real person. She's paid by a climate change denying outfit that is funded by the oil companies. So to mock her it's just gold.
Dude, no. Now I'm just learning about this. I've been watching you, and I've been a big fan of Granny Petrol. She's great. I love her. I'm a big fan. She's freaking George Bush. She's George Bush. But stop. She's a real person?
Dude.
Oh, God, I feel like such an idiot right now. Oh, my God, you're doing somebody?
Dude, I'm telling you, and everyone watching right now, it's a letter to Greta Thunberg. And there's this woman, and it's Friends of Science is the name of the organization that she works for. And they're funded by oil companies, mainly out of Canada. And she's standing in front of this fireplace, and if you look closely at it, it doesn't move. It's fake.
Oh, okay.
And So you got, and because I've gotten a lot of new viewers, people keep telling me you got to do an origin story. So I got to do another video showing this real one. Because she goes, but Greta, and she literally uses the term big green.
Oh,
And
big green.
So I take that crazy shit and just ran with it. And then we first watched the video. This is before the lockdown. This is in like January or February. In the studio I was using in Burbank, and Ron was in there. We watched it. So then Ron and I just started riffing, but Greta. We just kept doing that. And then a fan sent me the wig.
Oh, nice. That's awesome, man. God.
So, which again, just goes to the whole, like, the community does it, like,
God,
so
I love it. So
yeah,
funny.
that's how I've like served all these. Is like, first I gotta serve myself. I gotta be honest and authentic to myself. I'm not gonna do anything I don't like or not happy with or don't feel good about. And if I feel good about it, I feel like the audience will respond, and then they'll contribute and make it even better, or go, Graham, if you're gonna do that, you should talk to this person and expand. And so I've had so many people introduced to me because I just was being authentic. So that, I think, is the best way. I mean, I know it just sounds like shit like your grandparents would say to you, or something you read in a coffee mug, whatever, but it's true.
Right.
Be true to who you are, and everyone will follow. Because people, especially now, people can sense when you're full of shit. They can sense. We're getting lied to on a daily from 10,000 different people, both political parties, the media. Everybody knows we're getting fed bullshit. And so anyone that's just being truthful, people respond. Like, I get why Alex Jones has a big following. I think he's a little nutty and he says some crazy shit and some of it's destructive, but he's not, that's who he is.
Actually, his super male vitality product is probably one of the finest and purest that we have ever seen. If you would just snort half a line, you would know it's super ultra potent. That is the opportunity of a lifetime, is to make Graham Elwood laugh. Thank you, man. Take me, Lord, take me.
Spot on, Alex Jones. I don't think I was going to hear that. That's fantastic.
Okay, so I've got a few for you. Man, and I want to do these quick because I know you don't have a lot of time, and I really want you to spend as much time as you could stay. But I just try to get through these quick because I've got so many questions, man. Sure. So I'm going to ask you the silly ones first. Silly question: why do you stand when you do the Rockfin podcast? Why do you do that one standing up?
I actually do them all standing up.
You do? You're not doing this one standing up.
Oh, this. I mean, when I do my show I'm always standing. So this one, yeah. So you can see my studio right behind me.
Okay.
Just the way I first was like, I like standing. I like having my hands free. That's why I have a lavalier, and since that's broken, I'm getting a new mic. But like, because I spend so much time just during the day sitting. I'm sitting at my desk working, building the shows.
That's good. I was wondering that. So yeah, it's just a change of body position. You're more comfortable.
Yeah, and I'm a stand-up comic, so I just like it.
Okay, this is not one that is meant to be a short question. You can do it long or short. How did you get involved in helping veterans?
I got involved helping veterans because I went to a comic named Mike Burton that I knew in Chicago in the summer of 2004. I ran into him at a comedy club in LA, and he had started booking his own tours, not through the USO, but similar, but like that. And he said, do you want to go do shows in Afghanistan? And I was like, wow. And I said yes. Eventually I said yes. And so I went to Afghanistan in 04, 06, and 07, and I was in Iraq 07, 08, and 2011, and I did a tour in Kuwait as well in 2012. So I did 7 comedy tours, and when you go over there, I'm obviously very anti-war. My show's very anti-war. One of the reasons I'm anti-war is I see how the soldiers have gotten screwed over, and we have an all-volunteer military. Nobody's drafted. Everybody signed up to do it. And there's a lot of reasons for that, economic, all the stuff that I've talked about on my show. And I saw these young men and women, what they went through. And I've met so many wounded wounded veterans or active duty, and so I just felt like I have to try to, help in whatever way I could. So I made this DVD and I donated most of the money to Disabled American Veterans, and I've raised money for Iraq and Afghanistan Veterans of America.
Fantastic.
And they're all great organizations. Yeah, so I just saw what they went through, and I was just like, whatever your views are about war or any of it, great. These folks have signed up to do this, and it's again, like it's why. And then when I heard about that, the 22 vets a day committing suicide is really affects me a lot, because this comic I went to Iraq with 3 times, Scott Kennedy, a really good friend of mine, he set up his own tour, Comics Ready to Entertain. He went over there over 50 times.
Wow.
Because he had a nephew that was in the Marines, that was in like the initial deployment and stuff. When Scott passed away 7 years ago, on one of the tours we were on, Scott told me that a command, and Scott really, his whole thing was going to small bases, like the teeniest little fire bases. And we would do 3-4 shows a day. It was nuts. I fell asleep on a Black Hawk helicopter. That's how tired we were.
Crazy.
And Scott told me that a commanding officer told him that whenever a comedy tour came through the base, the suicide rate dropped. Wow. Because there's a high suicide rate in active duty.
That'll make you want to come back, man,
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And when you heard that, it was why I was like, I got to keep doing these. That's
Yeah.
why Scott did 50, and
what a commentary on
you
the
see
state
the-
of mind these people are going through. That it just takes,
Yeah.
it just takes a little song and dance, man, and you could save their life.
Yeah, it's big, and so I've just read a lot and seen a lot of interviews with vets, and I know some of them, and they've talked to me and come up to me after shows and all this stuff. And so I've had vets have come up to me and pulled up their leg and show me their prosthetic limbs or their prosthetic hand, or people have come up and said, oh, my brother died over there, or my son died over there. And you hear that and you're just like, oh, it's really, it affects you. And so any way we can help the vets, I'm all for it. And one of the ways to help the vets, in my opinion, is to end all these ridiculous wars. So that's why.
Man, thank you for sharing. That was heavy and touching and deep, man. And it's so much work that you do out there. And I've got so many more questions for you. So hang in there. I got some lighter ones. I've got a funny one that from Karsten Menk. He's one of my viewers from Germany. And him and I've blocked him from my podcast before. We've had butted heads on social media, and that was years ago, and we got it all straightened out. He's like one of my biggest fans, I will say, and I'm one of his biggest fans as well. He's a fantastic guy, and he wants to know: have you ever blocked anybody from your podcasts when you're doing YouTube or whatever?
Oh yeah,
you have.
Yes.
You do use the block feature.
I because my thing is, and I say this is like, and people discuss and debate in the chat. I say you can debate in the chat. You don't have to agree, but if you start getting rude and personal, F you, shut moron, we're done. So.
Right.
You can be civil, and people that just like flip out and just write the same thing, that drives me nuts. Like they put in all caps,
sure,
500, yeah, and they just like, we're done, or they bring up a thing, and I talk about it and we don't agree, and they keep arguing. I'm like, we don't agree. The argument's over. They agree to disagree, and if they won't shut up about it, then I just get annoyed. I mean, I've had to deal with hecklers since I was 18, so I want.
You can't block a heckler, though.
No, but you can shut them down in a comedy club. You can.
I bet you're good at it.
You can make fun of them. Yeah, I mean, it's a skill you gotta learn.
I made a meme. Let me interrupt you. I made a meme of you when you were having I don't know if you saw it. I put it on Twitter and I added it at you. It's a picture of you going like this, like kind of shaking your head, listening to Jesse Lee Peterson. And at the top it says, that face you make when the other person just doesn't get it. And if you're just like, you've got this look, okay, so go ahead.
So I was just gonna say, yeah, if somebody just acts like a jackass and is rude or whatever, I'll block them. If they get really personal, we can have different points of views and we can disagree. And the other thing, I say that I have some people on that come on my live chat. One of them is this guy who's like a libertarian, and he asks questions and challenges and wants to have a discussion or debate, and he always asks questions. And when we don't agree, he doesn't flip out and insult me and take it personally. He's willing to hear a different point of view, and that I love. I'm willing to have that discussion. I'm even willing to have a debate. I want to hear a different point of view. But when people get all personal and if you shut up, you're a crazy idiot. Like, we're done. You're not being reasonable. So
Sure. You got to play the admin. You've got to do your, and some people just, they show up, they're having a bad day. And so often, Graham, those people will end up appealing to me and saying, hey, I like the show and we might disagree, but I want to keep watching and I want to have a voice, and I will gladly let those people back in. It's happened 1,000 times to me. I have a hell of a band hammer, but let's get off of that, all right? Because that's a good subject. I could take any one of these topics and I could talk to you about any one of them for 2 hours. Blocking people, literally, I could talk to you about that for 2 hours. This conversation is just, I'm just really happy we can hear each other. The sound is good. The comments are coming through and they're enjoying themselves. And these questions are just, they're going to be quick. Long board or short board? What do you prefer?
Well, I have both.
Okay.
It depends on the swell and the location.
Oh, so you go back. Okay, so you're not just a longboarder. You go rip it up. You go like to rip it up a little bit on the shortboard. I like that.
A little bit. I'm not as good on my shortboard, to be honest.
Sure.
I started surfing 14 years ago. So I obviously started on a longboard, and there's some breaks that I love. It's a great longboarder's wave, and when there's a swell, you can get on and just like carve it and go up and down, and that's super fun. I bought a shortboard a couple years ago, this 7.0 Fish that I love, because I live near a beach break, and getting better at it is so fun. So I don't have a really I just like surfing, man. Whatever.
You haven't been surfing this was something you started later in life, right? Surfing?
Yeah, I started in 2006, and it had to do with I'd gotten back from my second trip to Afghanistan, which doing comedy, it was pretty gnarly. We got into a firefight on a helicopter, and
fucking crazy.
We're taken into a hospital, and yeah, it was April 27, 2006. Was the day of the firefight, and I came back really just kind of like whoa, and they took us into a hospital. They were operating on a kid that had been playing in a minefield.
Oh, man.
Yeah, we just saw some real intense stuff. Two surgeries they brought us in on, and I just got back and was just like, and a friend of mine said, "Hey, let's take a surf lesson." I said, "Okay," and then I just spent the whole summer of 2006.
Wow.
That's all I did was surf. I kind of checked out.
Right.
From show business, all this stuff, and so surfing really has helped with like PTSD, and so really I don't need big epic waves. I mean, 10-foot waves are the biggest sets I've ever been in. That's
you do know what week it is, right, Graham? You know what week this is, right?
No, what week is?
It's Shark Week. How do you feel about sharks?
Sharks are fine. It's just like
they don't scare you. You're like, if there's flags up, you'll go out anyway. You're like, oh, sharks, no big deal.
If they definitely have flags up and they're like there's sharks in the water, like I'm not crazy. I'm not gonna go out.
I wouldn't either.
Shark infested waters.
I wouldn't either.
Looking
like a seal.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's.
Have you ever seen one? They're asking from the chat right now. Have you ever seen a shark while you were surfing?
I saw some like leopard sharks, which are basically like 3-4 foot bottom feeders.
Sure.
Not really.
Mm-hmm.
But I've never like seen a
great white
or anything like
right.
that. No.
Sure.
I got out of the water and they said there was some juvenile great whites in there surfing where you guys were. And I was like, oh, okay, that's good to know.
Okay.
But I've never like seen one go under my board or anything.
Okay, good. Stop you there. Here we go. What do you prefer better? Your television or podcasting? If you had to pick between one world, and it was going to sustain you either one. You got to deal with either one, and you could do it. Which would it be? Which is more fun for you? Which is more fulfilling? Where do you like the people better? Or is it kind of a balance?
And when you say TV, do you mean like traditional television, or do you mean like YouTube, or what do you?
No, I mean when you were doing television, you were literally on TV.
Oh, man. I mean, that's an interesting question. Like, so 2 years ago, I was directing this Native American stand-up comedy TV show that's called the First Nations Comedy Experience, and I got to be on camera a little bit because I was emceeing it, because they didn't have a big budget, so I was like, I can do everything. I can book it, I can MC it, I can.
So you were the one that booked all those comics?
Yeah.
Wow.
Not
an easy
I
task.
asked some of the native comics to give me a list of people, but I was the one who hired everybody.
Sure.
I was executive producer and director, and I loved doing that. So if I had to choose between that and podcasting, God, I would probably take that. Now, I mean, because I had a crew of people, and it was this whole collaborative thing, and there's a lot of challenges, and then there's a whole other thing to navigate of like, it's not traditional TV because it was for public broadcasting, but public broadcasting has its own, they get a grant from this tribe, and it goes to, there's a whole nother, there's always something you're going to have to navigate. So if I got to navigate with YouTube, demonetizing me or throttling my number.
That's something you and I could talk about. And that would that would be a private conversation that you and I would have.
Yeah.
Preferably.
Yeah.
I've got a lot of information about that.
It's yeah. So there's all that. I mean, on the podcasting, digital media end, and then there's most of my money comes from fans, and we're in the middle of an economic, shutdown. So some of that money's dipped. So it's like, but I have complete creative freedom to do whatever I want. So
that's right.
I had, the traditional TV. I loved it. There was some, there was.
You've got a framework. You've got to work within. You've got to do certain things. And podcasting is like free range. Do you? Right?
Yeah, I can go turn that on behind me and go live whenever I want. And stop whenever I want.
We've got a question from audience member Cheryl Banta, who is a beautiful woman. She wants to know, you live sober. Have you always lived sober?
No.
You were a partier at one time.
Yeah, I was. Spending your entire adult life at nightclubs and bars. That's sort of
drinking.
That's not. So
and I know there's a lot of drugs going around too. You were just doing it all, weren't you? You were a bad man.
I never did the hard drugs. I never did that. There were. I drank.
Okay, but you didn't get into all the other shit.
A couple of. I did. I saw it happen. That was part of it too. Is I saw sort of where it could go.
Yeah. Oh, it'd kill you. The best ones.
Cocaine.
Jim Belushi or John Belushi, man. I mean, you're just like,
John, yeah.
And you see all the musicians that passed away from it, and when I was a kid, and I learned. I was born in '68, and you learn when you're born in that era that people die of drug overdoses, and we had that luxury in our age. We had that luxury of knowing that, and all of a sudden it's something happened, and everyone I know knows somebody that's got some kind of a problem with it. And it is boy, the state of our I'm talking about our social state is so infected with poison, and it's at every level, and that is just one slice of it.
Yeah. It's so I as a comic, you get to drink for free, and you can go out drinking every night, and I saw, and I played too. I was in my 20s, and I saw these older comics who, I'm their age now, these guys in their 40s and 50s who had been drinking for 20 years on the road, and it did not look pretty. It was gnarly, and I was like, I don't want, and I just, there's plenty of times I would drink and have a good time, but there's times I could become a dick, and I was just like, I don't want to be this guy. I don't want to make apologetic phone calls the next day, and
so it wasn't like a rock bottom. It wasn't like a rock bottom story, like I've got, which is good.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't rock bottom, but there was some
low points
for a little bit for some stuff. Yeah, there was
Can you just kind of glaze over some of the low points for us, Graham?
There was,
You weren't waking up in drunk tanks or waking up in people's beds or anything like that, were you?
Well, I did get in a drunk tank in Chicago. I did wake up
Wow, right on, man. Party all night. Party on.
Yeah, I married a stripper in Vegas.
When you were sober?
No.
Oh!
Drinking.
You married?
So there was.
Did you get legally married?
Yeah, I got to the whole thing.
Did you have to get divorced?
We got annulled.
Oh my God, bro! Are you kidding me? Why is this the first time I'm ever hearing about this? What is going on?
So, yeah.
Bro, that is from a movie, man. That is from a movie. You are living a movie.
Yeah. And she was nice. She was really sweet.
I'm sure she was, man. Mrs. Elwood. I bet Mrs. Elwood was just wonderful.
It was so, there was stuff like that where I was like, okay, this is getting out of control and I gotta stop. And I was actually dating a woman at the time, and we were like drinking a lot and fighting a lot, and she was like, I need to stop drinking because every time we fight it's because we've both been drinking. And I said, great, I'll support you and I'll stop drinking with you. And that helped. And then I just like got sober, and and now I absolutely love it. I couldn't imagine going through life without sobriety. I just like, especially this quarantine and living alone. Like there's a lot of heavy shit going on in the world, and it would be gnarly if all I had to deal with would be that. So I love being sober.
That's great, man. And I do too. I mean, I consider my life sober, even though I use cannabis, and cannabis is a drug. I'm the first person to tell people that cannabis is a drug, but I don't. I try to tell people that I don't use any drugs that are negatively affecting me. But that is just my own personal thing, and I have to live and sleep with that. I've got a great question for you. You are from Wisconsin. Okay. How long did you live in Wisconsin? And let me just tell you, I'm from Orlando, Florida. I lived there for 42 years. It's very subtly racist. You're surrounded by racism, and it's so bad that you don't even know it. And when I came to California, it was like it took years, and I shed it off, and I shook it off, and I understood what was the toxicity that I was just surrounded by. I wonder, were you in an area like that? And then when moving to California, I don't know at what age did that have a change on you, or did you notice the difference in people?
Actually, yeah. So I'll give you the story on that, and that's a really good question. I should probably tell you that I got time for maybe one more, and then I got to run. But
okay.
We moved actually from Madison, Wisconsin. So Madison is sort of a white liberal college town. It's where the University of Wisconsin is. And my father was a college professor, and so I had these sort of liberal hippie parents, and lived in this sort of
in Wisconsin.
Yeah, definitely.
It's interesting.
Wisconsin, in a white liberal, Madison is this like white liberal college town, sort of surrounded by way more conservative farm area.
Right.
So there wasn't a lot of like toxic racism around me growing up. But then
Wow.
we moved, my parents got divorced and we moved to Chicago when I was about 12. And that's when I sort of got confronted with race because we moved to Evanston, Illinois. Evanston's a suburb of Chicago, and it's been integrated, since the end of the Civil War in the late 1800s. And so my junior high was 60% black. And I was very much confronted with the, hey, you're white, you're the white boy. And it was really, Chicago is where I really heard a lot of racism from all sides. And all this like, you're Irish and he's Italian and he's black and you're Latino, and it was very much like, wow, you're put in all these groups, and it was like, whew, it was sort of very much confrontational. And so I didn't move to California until I was like 25 years old, and coming in show business, and that was really more of a
Good time to be in California, though.
yeah, it was. It was like I was here 2 years after the Rodney King riots and
Yeah.
a year or so after the Northridge earthquake. But it was this sort of, everybody was kind of, I was
Healing.
in acting school with people from all different walks of life, and it was really.
What year was that again, Graham?
It was 95.
So they legalized cannabis in 96, I believe. So, I mean, things were really changing in the state. Wow.
Yeah. And you really saw it. And then when I would go back and like tour around the country, I would really see the difference between like California and large portions of America. I mean,
Right.
just like smoking, you couldn't smoke in restaurants and bars in California,
Sure.
but you could in other places. And as a a nightclub act, I really noticed that, like, woof, the cigarette smoke all of a sudden.
Now, wait. Now, I'm so sorry. I know you don't have time. I got to ask you this. You were not a cigarette smoker when you were in the...
Never.
Okay, so did it affect the business when people weren't allowed to smoke cigarettes anymore? Were you seeing less people come to see you because they couldn't smoke and watch you for an hour?
Not really. I think the smokers would just go outside and smoke outside. I didn't really notice that business. I was glad because I was breathing in all this secondhand smoke that when you stand on stage and talk for a half hour, 45 minutes, and I remember when in the early 90s, when I'd come back off the road, I'd open up my suitcase and it smelled like smoke. Everything smoked. I'd wash my hair and it'd be gray in the shower,
Sure. Okay, let me stop you there. You said you only had time for really one more question, and this is probably the most important question I'm going to ask you. I was introduced to you on the Jimmy Dore show. I was watching Jimmy Dore, and along comes this guy, Graham Elwood, and it wasn't at first that I really paid attention to you, but over several shows, and you would be sitting in the stand-up, you'd be sitting, when Jimmy's doing the stand-up, you're right on the stage with the other guest comics, and I'd say, man, that guy's making more sense. And every time he opens up his mouth, and I laugh every time he says something, and he doesn't talk a lot, but he's a sniper, and I like him. And I started watching you from the Jimmy Dore show. So shouts out to Jimmy Dore, and I want to know, how did you meet Steph, Jimmy, and Ron?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great story. So I met Jimmy in Chicago. We were both young comics making our way in Chicago, and there's this whole group of comics. We were all in our early 20s, and in the early 90s in Chicago, you could make your living. It was 14 full-time clubs. You could, within just a 6-hour drive of the city of Chicago, you could fill your calendar doing all these Milwaukee, Omaha, St. Louis, Indiana. Like you could fill your calendar. So we were all making our living. We didn't have day jobs. We were all stand-up comics, and that's where I met Jimmy and became friends with him. And then we all sort of moved to LA within the same 6 to 12 month period. So we all kept in touch out here. So I'd known Jimmy for 20 some years, as long as I've been a stand-up comic. I mean, he and I went on the road together in Wisconsin a million years ago, and I knew when we moved out here, then I knew Steph before those two ever started dating.
Oh, get out of here! This is awesome! No way, man!
Yeah.
Awesome. She's gonna
was
be
more
on
of
next.
a
She's gonna be on
sketch.
next week.
Oh, she's fantastic. I love Steph. I mean, I love them. They're such great friends, and they, Steph was more of a sketch comedy performer. She didn't do as much stand-up. She was at Acme Comedy Theater, and Acme had this variety show that they would do that was so much fun, and they'd have stand-ups on, and I would do characters, and so we all kind of the stand-up comedy and the sketch comedy world we all kind of overlapped a lot. And I was in a sketch comedy group at the time too, and so that's how I met them. And then when they started dating and got married, it just made perfect sense because they were just like a perfect fit for each other. They're like best friends, and so it was I was actually, we were releasing earbuds, and I called Jimmy up a month or two after the presidential election in like late November, early December of 2016, and I hadn't talked to him in like a year or so, and I was like, hey dude, do you mind if I come on your show? I need to promote my, and I thought he was still just I had done his show like a year or two prior, and it was just like more of a podcast. And then I get to his garage, and he's got this swanky studio, and he's got 150,000 subscribers at the time, and I'm like, what's been happening? And he was like, yeah, man, covering the election and covering Bernie and all that stuff in 2015 and 2016 and being on TYT. And I was like, what? I was too new to that whole world. And that's when he said, you got to start your own show. And he just said, just start talking. And so then that's how I met Ron. So then Ron started, Ron met Jimmy at TYT, and Jimmy had me on Aggressive Progressives a couple of times. The first time I was on, I think, was spring of 2017. My show had started in January of 17, so I'd only been doing Vigilante for like 3-4 months, and I was on Aggressive Progressives, and I was like, wow, this studio, this is sweet. And started to meet Cenk and Steve-O and Malcolm Fleschner and everybody over there, and then I met Ron, and Ron and I just clicked, and I was doing my show, and he was doing Get Your News On with Ron. And then some fan said, you and Graham should do the Progressive Comedy Tour. And we both went, wait a minute, let's try this. And it was May of 2 years ago, May of 2018, we tried our first little tour. We went to San Diego and Vegas, I think. And no, we did Phoenix. Yeah, we did Phoenix, Vegas, and San Diego. And we were like, sold 50, 60 tickets each. We were like, wait a minute, whoa, what's this? So and then that's been great. So that's how I know Ron through Jimmy and Steph,
Nice. Well,
yeah.
Graham, thank you so much for doing this. And
Thanks,
I've really enjoyed the last few days telling my audience about who you are and what you're about. And I would love to have you back one day if you're available, and if you just have something you want to share, and you just hit me up and say, hey man, I got something, blah blah blah. You're welcome anytime, brother. I'll wake up at 3 a.m. and I will click on a podcast just for you. You are royalty here. And let me say something. I call Joe Rogan the godfather of podcasting. I named my dog Rogan. That was before I knew about you, but you're not the godfather of podcasting. You're the god of podcasting. That is your moniker around here. And I appreciate everything that you've done for podcasting and everything that you've done for me, which is, you'll never know. You'll never know how far you brought me. Maybe one day I'll get a chance to sit you down and tell you about it.
Wow, man, I really appreciate it. It's such a cool world and community to be a part of. And it's all of our community. We're all making it happen. It's people like Rogan. It's you. It's everybody. It's anyone out there. Jackie Cation. It's any comic, any progressive. Lee Camp, Abby Martin. It's all these people doing all this cool stuff. So I'm just happy to be a part of it, man.
All right. Well, you take care of yourself, brother, and I'll be back on. Hey. Can you just take a second and tell everybody about every single thing that you're doing right now so they know where to find you, what to click on? Go ahead.
Yeah, please do. Yeah, so if you go to GrahamElwood.com, you can get links to everything that I'm doing. The Political Vigilante is the name of my YouTube show. I go live like 4 or 5 nights a week. And so go to GrahamElwood.com. You can get my Patreon there. My social media is there. Earbuds is available as a DVD, which is on sale for $15. I'll autograph it. It includes free shipping. So, and then I stream on Rockfin once a week, which is a blockchain cryptocurrency platform. But yeah, just go to grahamelwood.com, and that's how you can follow and subscribe and like all my social media and all that stuff. That's how you find me.
Excellent. And I did, I don't know if you said you researched Jesse Lee Peterson. You didn't research him. Did you research me at all before you came on my show?
A little. Yeah, I knew, yeah.
Oh, did you actually peep one of my shows? Did you actually see what I was doing? Did you look in? Did you peer?
I just looked at I looked at your Twitter and everything.
Okay.
Like, okay, cool. Yeah,
okay. The reason why is I got my start on YouTube getting known for doing rants. I get mad about something and I scream and I curse and I get algorithmed. I get shut down because I use curse words. But anyway, I have a special rant just for you. I practiced it all fucking week, and I just want you to know it's only going to take a second, and it's a present, okay? I'm wrapping it, and I'm giving it to you right now as a gift. Are you ready? Fuck Wells Fargo! Fuck them up their ass! You like that? Is that good?
Thanks, brother. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
That warms my heart. It warms my heart.
It's my pleasure. And they fucked me just like they fucked you, bro. So I dropped them years ago and I moved to a credit union. And I will never go back to a normal bank again. Yep.
That's what we all need to do.
Yep.
So, well, thanks, man. Thanks for having me on your show. And thank you to all your audience and everything. And I hope they, come check out my YouTube show. So
definitely.
We'll see y'all soon.
Thank you again, Graham.
All right, brother.
All right.
Have a good one, man.
All right. I'll talk to you soon on Twitter.
Yeah, please do.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right.
All right, dude.
Bye-bye.
Later, brother.
Wow. That was awesome. Okay, this is me trying to hold it together right now. This is my impersonation of me trying to fucking hold it together. Where's my bong, man? I gotta get high with these guys. You guys are the best. I gotta tell you, the fact that I was able. Am I distorting? I turned up the mics for you guys, and I'm sorry if I'm distorting. The fact that I was able, I'm so proud of you guys. The fact that I was able to fucking post your chat on this live stream, maybe the most important live stream I have done to date on this show. And while I was able to put your comments on it while it was going live, and I didn't block a single person, I didn't have to delete a single chat, and I just have to say, you guys are awesome for that. Thank you for being, every one of you, for being the adult in the room today and for allowing this to happen. That was fantastic. I couldn't believe I was going through the chat, I was just waiting for someone to start trolling. I was like, man, I'm bringing your chat on. You guys aren't trolling at all. You guys are asking legit questions. I told Graham, I was like, when we started, man, I was like, listen, man, I always have my chat on screen. I said, for this interview, I'm going to have it off. I said, now I might bring it on if people are behaving and if they want to ask some questions or whatever. I thought I was going to pop it on, maybe once or twice for a good question. Man, I was reading through. I was like, I don't even have, these guys are reining the fuck in, man. This is beautiful. It was just, it's so nice, man. You guys, this is what I want, man. This is what I want. I want a mature atmosphere when we're doing an interview, and fucking all hell breaks loose when we're just having fun. No, Cheryl, you're great. You are great. And, I would love to talk to Graham about some of the things that we cover here on the show. 2178, the pain oil, no law regarding cannabis, blah, blah, blah. Man, I had a whole 2 or 3 hours more material to go with him if he had the time, and I would have. But at the end of that interview, I wanted to run him off a little bit because I really think he had something he had to do. I know he's a busy guy, And I didn't want him to feel like, out of the goodness of his heart, to feel like he had to stay and miss whatever the hell else he has going on. So that's why I was like, I was cool with that, man. You know, I wasn't going to try to keep him any longer. Dude, his reaction when I said, fuck Wells Fargo. Bro, I said some jokes. He laughed and he laughed and he laughed. I was like, I just made Graham Elwood laugh. I'm funny. I said something funny and I got to see somebody laugh and it made me so happy. Oh my God, that makes me happy. Oh my God. Blue, I want my brain. Where's Blue? Blue. Blue. Where are you, Billy? Even Kepper was behaving, man. Even Kepper was behaving. Oh my God, dude, that fucking interview. I'm gonna go back and watch that interview. That was good, bro. I couldn't fucking take my eyes off of this guy, man. I was just enjoying everything that he said. Man. You enjoyed it too? That was amazing, Jackie. And you know, at one point he said something, I said amazing. You know, that is the word that Jesse Lee Peterson says after everything you go. He goes, amazing, amazing. In other words, it's like he's saying that you're full of shit. Every time he says amazing, it's like he disagrees with you. Amazing that you think differently than me. It's amazing that you think differently than me. Oh, the brain says it's delivered. It's not at my door, bro. I'm gonna have to go get it. So sad. I'm gonna have to go get it, bro. It's at the mail place. I wish it was here, man. I want to open it on the live stream for you guys. It'd be so cool, man. To promote Billy on here. Billy. 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 Oh boy. Can you guys tell I'm happy? I am happy that Graham came on here. I am I'm grateful for him. He said he checked me out on Twitter. He's like, yeah, I checked you out on Twitter. He's like, you don't know what my show is, bro. I sit here and smoke out and scream at the top of my lungs, bro. Just so you know who you're being affiliated with. Now, that's the other thing is when I'm doing interviews, you know, I'm total serious mode, you know. It's not time for trending A at that point. And that's what I need my guests to know. That when they're coming in here, they're not going to be harassed. They're not going to be screamed at. And even if I disagree with something they say, I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to argue with them. I'm not here to argue. You know? I want to hear what they have to say. And that's why they're here, because I want to hear what they have to say, because I think they've got something to offer. So you guys made it so perfect, man. I saw that chat scrolling through and I was like, look at us. You think we're going to be here? I didn't. Anyone know who I was doing right there? Look at us. Look at us. Look at us right here. Did you expect this to ever be us? I didn't. Who is that? Anybody know? Big respect to Graham Elwood. And everything he's done and all the lives he's touched. You guys have no idea. You have to see that movie Earbuds. because it shows Graham being Graham. It follows him around a little bit. Not a lot. I didn't expect there to be so much coverage of him in the video, but it's not enough. It's not. But you're going to love what you see. You're going to love what he is about and what he does and what he's done. And the people that he reaches out to, man. Let me grab my tea. I'm a little parched here. Let me grab a little sweet tea. I'm going to grab me a little sweet tea in the fridge. The haunted refrigerator. Only a very special person knows about the haunted refrigerator. Only one very special person knows about the haunted refrigerator. And they know I love them very much. Oh my goodness gracious. It's so bad for you. Don't do it. Don't do it. Slow clap for me doing this interview. Oh, Michael, you missed the interview. You son of a bitch. You go back and watch it later. And it is a good interview. It is a good interview, man. Let me close this Zoom out. Close this meeting. So I can interview anybody who has Zoom. I can interview anybody who has Zoom. You get Zoom, I can have you on the show. I mean, I might not have you on the show just because you have Zoom. I'm just saying, you get the Zoom, that'll help out a lot. Aren't we always adults? Are you speaking for the chat? Tamalero 2011, are you speaking for the chat right now? Because if you're speaking for the chat, then the answer would be no. You are not always adults. Now, if you're speaking for yourself, well, that may very well be true, my friend. I'm glad I tuned in. I'll be rewatching. Jackie Crosby, I love to hear that. Thank you so much. What's the name of the woman you're going to interview next, Trendy? Her name is Steph Zamorano. She's married to Jimmy Dore. She's known Graham Elwood since before Dore, which is cool. She is on the Jimmy Dore show. She is the other half of the Jimmy Dore show. She is a stand-up comic and a sketch writer and a actress, performer, comedian. She's a political pundit, and she is an animal lover, and she is spicy and sweet and everything neat. And if you guys tune in next week, I guarantee you're going to fall in love with her. You know, she is just man, she's just how people should be, you know? They got it right with her. And you guys are going to love her. And if you guys want to follow her on Twitter and start priming and getting ready, it's Miserable Lib on Twitter. It's at Miserable Lib. Follow her, tweet at her, and at Nay's Garden. Say, hey, Steph. It's S-T-E-F. S-T-E-F. Say, hey, Steph. Oh, you want some Alex Timothy for you? I might do a little Alex for you. You just sit your little butt down in your chair there, and I might talk a little bit. I might get a little Alexy for you. Just sit there and wait. I got to finish talking to my audience. What you guys got to remember to do is get on your tweeters there, and you tweet at Miserable Lib. You say, Trendy Nay over at Nay's Garden, at Nay's Garden, sent us over to you. He's high on super male vitality. He just snorted half a line. It's all he could take because it is so super ultra potent. Now, when I did that, Alex Jones, That's what made him laugh so much, wasn't it? It was the Alex Jones impersonation. That's what... Graham lost his shit when I did Alex Jones. Graham, I've got so much more to share with you, man. I got so much more for you. I'm going to make you laugh. I'm going to send him that meme. That's the first thing I got to do. I got to send him the meme, man. He never saw the meme I made of him. I'm so sad. Where is that meme at? There it is. I could have brought it up and showed him on this broadcast if I had been ballsy enough, but I didn't have the balls to do it. Okay, let's find Graham over here on the Twitter. On the Twitter, shall we? We're going on the Twitter. We're going to head on over there to the Twitter verse. Thank you, David Baker. Thank you so much. You know, I go on the look you get when questioned by someone who just doesn't get it. Oh, it's a good meme. He's gonna like it. I think he's gonna like it. He's wearing his X-Men shirt. It's a fucking beautiful meme. Dude, if he tweets that meme out, I am going to die. I am going to fucking die. Timothy Reader, Alex, please. Okay, Super Male Vitality. Bay Holden, what's up? Tweet again. All right, this stream. Bay Holden, how's it going? Hey, Bay Holden. I'm already on her following. David Baker, I would absolutely love if any of them came on here. It was so freaking awesome that Graham Elwood was here. Yeah, it was. You guys can always ask Ron Placone. That's who we should work on next. You guys at Ron Placone say, hey, you know, Graham Elwood just appeared on Nay's Garden. When are you coming on with Lucy? We need you. We need Lucy, and we need you so that we can have Lucy on. That's what you tweet at Ron Placone. Say, hey, Nay wants to have Lucy on, and it's okay for the handler, Ron, to appear as well by her side. We need Lucy, though. We need Lucy on the show, and we need to snort another half line of Super Male Vitality so we can stay ultra potentized all day and all night. You'll tweet it at Ron? Do that, son. Tweet it at Ron Placone. Tweet that shit to Ron Placone. Oh, no law regarding cannabis. Cannabisism tis for all. Cheers. And it is bottom of the hour on this incredible video of Graham Elwood interview. Discussion with Graham Elwood. It was just... wow. Make sure you go back and watch this video. If you missed the Graham Elwood interview, it is on this video and it will be up as soon as this video ends. You can go back and watch the whole interview. Let me tell you something. We had him for... how long did he do, man? I just realized something. Oh my God. He told me he had time for a half hour. We went live for a freaking hour with him, man. He gave us a full hour. He said, I got like 20 minutes when he started. He's like, I got 20 minutes. I was like, bro, as long or as short as you want to go, man. I'll take you for 11 hours. I'll do it for 3 minutes, and I'll smile and say thank you. He laughed when I said that to him. I had him laughing from the very beginning. Dream come true. When I said, Lord, take me, I mean that shit, man. Fucking, I'm ready to have my heart attack now. I'm good. I'm ready to leave this fucking dusty old planet. I've fucking served my purpose. I made Graham Elwood laugh. God damn it. It was a hearty laugh at that. It was a hearty har. I'm smoking to that. I might have to take some little clips out of that interview and make a little highlight reel. And oh yes, it is recording to my hard drive too. When I'm going to give you guys a little bit of inside stuff that you would never know unless I told you. When Graham connected with me in the Zoom chat, his camera wasn't on. His microphone was on. He walked over to the mic. He goes, "Hey dude, I'll be right back." And I was like, "All right, take your time, man. I'm in no hurry." He's like, 2 minutes. And I could hear in the background, I could hear the sink come on. I heard, just basic grooming going on, maybe hairbrushing or toothbrushing or hand washing or just, it was just something where you knew I was getting to hear Graham Elwood do his pre-podcast, pre-interview, what's the word I'm looking for? Your ritual. And even though the camera wasn't on, and I could just hear it. And I'm telling you, it was such an honor for me to be listening in to him before he was ready to present himself. I mean, it was just like, I'm just like, man, just from the very start, I was talking to my sister or my mom, and this is so funny. I can't remember which one it was. I think it may have been my sister. And I said, I'm starting to get, I get butterflies before I go on stage, and she said to me, just talk to him like you talk to everybody. He's just like a friend. I said, but I've never talked to him before. I've never had a conversation with him before. Just treat him like you treat anybody else. And he'll feel more comfortable, and you will feel more comfortable. I think it was my sister that said that. And it helped me out so much that she said that, because it was like the main thing on my brain before going into that. There's one other thing going in as well. You know who you are. Totally different. But this was what I thought to myself was, just be you. And like your sister said, you're going to be fine. And it helped me calm down. And then I smoked a little cannabis. Hey, before I went on with Graham, I smoked did a few bong hits with a very close friend of mine, a friend of ours, a friend of mine. I smoked a little bit, and it calmed me down and relaxed me. And then he came on, and he turned his camera on. And I go, "Mr. Elwood, I presume." And he said, "Hello, Ben." And I said, I got to tell you, I am just I'm so honored to have you here. And I just want to say thank you so much for doing this for me. It really means the world. And he said, "Man, it's nothing." He says he's so real and so gracious. So then I said to him, "Well, there's a couple things I want to go over with you before we go. One thing is, I said one thing to him, and I can't remember what it was. I was straightening something out with him. I said how we're going to do it. I said, generally, I said, I've spent a lot of time researching you and checking out what you do and watching other interviews. And I said, I have no problem with just asking you a few questions and just letting you go. And I will just sit back and let you talk. I said, I will very rarely interrupt you. I said, but I've got a million questions for you. So I may every once in a while just jump in. I said, but I'm really just want this to be more you talking than me. And he was like, that's fine. I said, the next thing is, I said, my show is, I said, I don't know how much you know about it. I said, but, oh yeah, he called me Ben. And I would expect him to call me Ben. Absolutely. Absolutely. When we're talking, absolutely. And I loved it. and I fucking loved it, you know? I said I use cannabis on the show. And I said, I know you don't smoke cannabis. I said, but I do on every show. And I said, I just want to know. And he's already nodding his head. Before I even ask him the question, he's already nodding yes. And I say, would you mind if while you're talking, at some point during this segment, I grab my bong and I start smoking cannabis? He said, you do what you got to do, brother. He says, I'm all for it. He's just like that. It's like nothing. I was like, great. I had one more thing to tell. Oh, then we went over the chat. And then I said, now, in my live streams, I said, sometimes I can get some really vicious trolls. I said, and I refuse to have that stuff going across the screen for this interview. I said, I'm most likely going to have the chat off. I said, however, if they're asking, do you mind adding me? Trigger, I don't know what that means. Do you mind adding me? Adding you to what? Tell me what you're talking about. Yeah, the camera's moving in the greenhouse. It's windy. And there's good ventilation through there. So it's blowing it around a little bit. I should go in there and screw it down. It's just sitting on something. But I'd like to straighten it out a little bit, actually. I'd like to do something a little nice for it. Who's got the time? I said, so I'm going to have the chat off unless there's a good question or I feel the chat is contributing. I said, and then I might bring it on. I said, is that okay? He's like, do it however you do. I said, oh, and there's another thing. I said, because he can't see all of this. All he saw was me, my picture. And I said, I'm superimposed and you are superimposed right now on my cannabis grow. I've got a big garden and a big grow. I said, and we're basically in the garden together. I said, is that okay with you? Or do you want it just face to face? Because I can do it like that too. He says, however you want to set up. Bro, I was like, man, this is the easiest guy to work with. I was like, this is so simple, man. My sister was right. I was like, okay, well, if you're ready, I said, you're going to be on camera when I go live. As soon as I go live, and you know why I do that? So that thumbnail is going to have him in the thumbnail because they'll try to grab the first image usually that it sees and it'll put that up as the thumbnail. That's why I try to have the grow in the background on when I start a show. So hopefully that thumbnail will be a picture of Graham and me and the grow and everything. And I told him that it was going to be set up like that. I was like, so you're going to be hot as soon as we go live here in a few seconds. And he was like, that's fine. He grabbed his drink. He's drinking. I was drinking my coffee. Did you see what I did there? I got Graham Elwood to come on my show. You see that? I reached out to him and he came back and he did a freaking interview with Nate's Garden. What? I don't know what I did over there. It just kind of freaking worked like that. What should I do? What should I smoke, man? Holy shit. Should I empty this? I think I should kill it. I think I should be conservative. I'm going to go back and watch it. I was digging ditches today, Jinmin. I'm going to go back and, oh, you goddamn right, I'm going to go back and watch it. And I'm going to take notes at every moment that I made Graham Elwood laugh. And then I'm going to edit out every fucking moment and make a highlight reel of me telling a joke and Graham Elwood laughing. And I'm going to put it out there for people to see. And it's going to be titled something like, Graham Elwood laughs at, maybe it's going to be Nay at Nay's Garden or something like that. I'm going to be doing my shtick and he's going to be laughing. It's going to be good. It's going to be freaking good. Hey, it's quarter of the hour here coming up. Cannabisism, tisms for all. No law regarding cannabis. As the shirt says, no law regarding cannabis. The Pot Brothers at Law and I have a thing to discuss about that. At some point, I hope to be doing an interview with them. All right. Cheers, guys. Bro, he goes off on Epstein. He goes down that rabbit hole. And did you hear what he said? He said, when I do it on Epstein, if Epstein's name is in the title, he says, I'll get 50,000 views on that video. That is insane, especially with the algorithms today. Dude, if I get 150 views on a YouTube video, I'm ecstatic. I'm like, I reached 150 people. And he's talking 50,000 people, man. Awesome interview so far, brother. Keep up the fantastic work. Enoch, thank you so much, bro. I love you, brother. Thank you. Love that he married a Vegas stripper. Being so candid is why I personally love him. You know, I gotta tell you, Cheryl, he made me laugh so hard when he said that. I lost my shit. I was dying, and you know what? I wonder if he's talked about that before. I wonder if we got something out of him that he's ever brought up anywhere before. You know, that could be fucking gold right there. I was so shocked. I was like, you really got that fucked up. You married a stripper, bro. I'm like, that is movie shit. That is I can't wait to go back and hear I just got to hear the original response. Because that was just, my brain was spinning from that. I don't even know what words came out of my mouth. I wanted to be with you alone and talk about the weather. But Trendy Nay pulled out his bong and got us so high. Then I forgot all the words. I forgot the words. Trendy Nay got us high and we got high. Oh, we smoked some of Trendy Nay's flower. Trendy Nay smoked some cannabis with us and we got so high, we forgot all the words. Why am I tweeting? Why am I looking at Twitter? Because I was seeing if Graham Elwood was going to tweet me back. Oh, what is that? Was subconsciously. What is wrong with me? Just stop. Let it go, Nay. Let it go. Move on with your life. You have a lot to look forward to, my friend. A lot to live for, my friend. Very genuine, real, yes. Show me this garden, please. Oh, FIFA, FIFA, fofa. FIFA, fofa. Here is my garden, son. What do you think of that, good friend? I got zucchinis till the very end. I need to go outside with this cup and pick up all of tomatoes, son. They're laying around on the ground. Tomatoes for everyone. It's all abound. I gotta go down there. They're ready to go, and I have to go. It's gonna be full of tomatoes. And it's not gonna stop. Never gonna, never gonna, never gonna, never gonna stop! Debbie, you love the interview? Meet the Clown should come hang out with us. We are growing peppers and herbs. Or is that too many clowns? It's too many clowns. Too many clowns for one show. Kepper nailed it. Kepper nailed it. We have our belay. It's good enough. Something's at the edge of your mind. You don't know what it is. Something you were hoping to find. You're not sure what it is. Then you hear the music, and it all comes crystal clear. The music does the talking, says the things you wanna hear. I'm young, I'm wild, and I'm free. I got the magic power of the music in me. I'm young, I'm wild, and I'm free. Bow, bow, bow. I got the magic power of the music in me. Bum, 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 bum. She climbs into bed. She pulls the covers overhead. She turns her little radio on. She's had a rotten day. She hopes the DJ's gonna play her favorite song. It makes her feel much better, brings her closer to her dreams. Some little magic power makes it better than it seems. She's young now, she's wild now, she wants to be free. She gets the magic power of the music in me. She's young, she's wild now, she wants to be free. She gets the magic power of the music in me. If you're thinking it over, but you just can't sort it out, do you want someone to tell you what they think it's all about? Are you the one, the only, who's sad and lonely, reaching for the top? Well, the music keeps you going, and it's never gonna stop. It's never gonna stop. It's never gonna stop. Bow, bow. Hear the music? Bow, bow. The world is full of compromise and infinite red tape. But the music's got the magic. It's your one chance for escape. So turn me on, turn me up. It's your turn to dream. A little magic power makes it better than it seems. I'm young, I'm wild, and I'm free. Bow, bow, bow. Got the magic power of the music in me. I'm young now, I'm wild, and I'm free. Bow, bow, bow. I love that. I got the magic power of the music in me. I got the power. I got the magic. She got the power. But she got the magic. That's it. That's all I got. No, man, that's a Triumph, man. That's Triumph. Right? Am I right? Yeah, that's fucking Triumph, man. That is some old shit right there. That shit, man, I can't imagine what he felt like on stage singing that song with his band. It just must have been the most incredible feeling, because just singing it a cappella, it's a powerful fucking song. It's what a well-written piece of music, and I would just love to go watch him singing that shit in front of thousands of people on a stage. Because the band was nailing that shit. I remember. That was a great song. And that was before I was into lyrics, and that was before I was into vocalists. I was just really more about the music, and the guitars, and the drums, and the bass, and the girls. You know? This is a fucking, wow. That is a... You got the touch, Dirk Diggler. Air fryer is my favorite thing to cook food in. Okay, Kepper, that's nice to know. Love triumph, says David C. Baker Jr. I made air-fried nuggets, says Kepper. David says, is that meatloaf? Let's do some meatloaf, shall we? Let's move on to some meatloaf. Meatloaf. It's not, computers are so cool. The sirens are screaming and the fires are howling way down in the valley tonight. There's a man in the shadows with a gun in his eye and a blade shining oh so bright. There's evil in the air, there's thunder in the sky, and a killer's on the bloodshot streets. And down in the tunnels where the deadly are rising, oh, I swear I saw a young boy down in the gutter who was starting to foam in the heat. Oh, baby, you're the only thing in this whole world that's pure and good and right. And wherever you are and wherever you go, there's always going to be some light. But I gotta get out, I gotta break out now before the final crack of dawn. So we gotta make the most of our one night together. When it's over, you know, we'll both be so alone. Like a bat out of hell, I'll be gone when the morning comes. When the night is over, like a bat out of hell, I'll be gone, gone, gone. Like a bat out of hell, I'll be gone when the morning comes. But when the day is done and the sun goes down and the moonlight shining through, then like a sinner before the gates of heaven, I'll come crawling on back to you. I'm gonna hit the highway like a battering ram on a silver black phantom bike. When the metal is hot and the engine is hungry and we're all about to see the light. Well, nothing ever grows in this rotten old hole and everything is started and lost. And nothing really rocks and nothing really rolls and nothing's ever worth the cost. Well, I know that I'm damned if I never get out, and maybe I'm damned if I do. But with every other beat I got in my heart left, you know I want to be damned with you. So if I gotta be damned, you know I want to be damned, dancing through the night with you. Well, if I gotta be damned, you know I want to be damned. Gotta be damned, you know I want to be damned. I gotta be damned, you know I want to be damned. Dancing through the night, dancing through the night, dancing through the night with you! Ooh, that's hard. Oh, baby, you're the only thing in this whole world that's pure and good and right. And wherever you are and wherever you go, there's always going to be some light. But I gotta get out, I gotta break out now before the final crack of dawn. So we gotta make the most of our one night together, 'cause when it's over, you know we'll both be so alone. I don't know how he does that part. Like a bat out of hell, I'll be gone when the morning comes. When the night is over, like a bat out of hell, I'll be gone, gone, gone. Like a bat out of hell, I'll be gone when the morning comes. But when the day is done and the sun goes down and the moonlight shining through, then like a sinner before the gates of heaven, I'll come crawling on back to you. Then like a sinner before the gates of heaven, I'll come crawling on back to you. Well, I can see myself tearing up the road faster than any boy has ever gone. And my skin is raw, but my soul is ripe, and no one's gonna stop me now. I'm gonna make my escape, but I can't stop thinking of you. But I never see the sun and curve until it's way too late. And I never see the sun and curve until it's way too late. And then I'm down in the bottom of a pit in the blazing sun, torn and twisted at the foot of a burning bike. And I think somebody somewhere must be tolling a bell. And the last thing I see is my heart still beating, still beating, still beating, still beating, breaking out of my body and flying away like a bat out of hell, like a bat out of hell, like a bat out of hell, like a bat out of hell. I'll be gone when the morning comes, like a bat out of hell. Be gone when the morning comes, like a bat out of hell. Ooh, 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 ooh. Listen, that teardrop coming out of my eye, I wish I could say it was emotion, but I think it was just fucking Bell's palsy mixed with like the sheer force of singing coming out of my face caused that teardrop. It wasn't emotion, but you know what's crazy? This is the first, I should have been a tear of emotion. This is the first song that I remember from my childhood being a rock song. And my mom bought me the album, Meatloaf, Bat Out of Hell. It had a curse word on it. It was a big fucking deal. And on the back, it showed Meatloaf. And there was this guy and this girl and this other guy. And the guy had his hand on her butt. And that was on the back of the fucking, and on the front, I wanted the album because I was into creepy shit. I had a shirt that said creepy on it. It had a knight on a horse in black with like fucking all black mountains. It was all silhouetted and it looked creepy and it said creepy on it and it was creepy and I like creepy shit. And we were in the fucking store and I saw that album. I think my mom may have asked me if I wanted an album, and I was looking at him and I saw that fucking motorcycle, man, and that dude on the motorcycle, fucking Bat Out of Hell, and it was bloody red fucking glowing album cover, and it caught this little child's eye and captured my mind and changed my life forever. That album changed my life forever, and I'm telling you that song has been just an instrumental song. I wouldn't say it's my favorite song in the world. It's really not. I mean, my favorite song is Carousel Alhambra by Led Zeppelin. Huh. Whew. But that song has always been the backbone of my introduction to what rock and roll was. And That tear should have been from sheer emotion, but I didn't realize. And so I wiped the tear. And I thought about it when I was wiping the tear off my eye. I was laughing. I was like, that's funny. Oh, that was the first song. This is my... I didn't realize it until that teardrop was coming out of my eye. And I wiped the tear. And then I was like, my God, this is the first song. This is my first song, man. This is what brought me into rock and roll, was this song. You know? Didn't Meatloaf die a while back? What year did Meatloaf die? Okay, Google. What year did Meatloaf die?
2003. Here's a summary from Wikipedia. Meatloaf sold out over 160 concerts during his 2005 tour. On November 17, 2003, during a performance at London's Wembley Arena, on his Couldn't Have Said It Better tour, he collapsed of what was later diagnosed as Wolff-Parkinson-White syndrome.
He collapsed on stage. I didn't know that. God, he wouldn't have been, that is the way he would want to go, man. That is, every performer wants to go out like that. You know, if I want to die, I want to die on stage. If I die, I want to die podcasting. I want you guys to be there when I die, you know? It's like fucking crazy. It's like having your children at your bedside when you take your last breath. You know, you want them there. God damn, man. But an old... Okay, hey, all you crazy motherfuckers out there that love me. Hey, an old man on a podcast, okay? An old man. A very, very old man on a podcast. Sit down, all right? You know who you are. Sit back, put your gun back down. Sit the fuck down, okay? Old man. Good, we're straight, we're good? Okay, crazy motherfucker. You know who you are. I want to die on my podcast. I can make that happen. Hey, are you live right now? Oh. So now we all know, and it was called Wolff-Parkinson-White. Okay, Google, what is Wolff-Parkinson-White syndrome?
According to Mayo Clinic, a syndrome in which an extra electrical pathway in the heart causes a rapid heartbeat.
Do you know, performing killed him. He probably would still be alive today if he wasn't on that stage. I bet you it was, his heart was going really fucking fast. He was fucking performing, man. You know, your heart beats pretty fast. It's like having sex. And let me tell you something. It's, if you're good at sex, like some of us may very well be, then you don't have to spend as much energy doing it. What? Oh no! Oh no! Oh man! Why did I even say that? What is going on? I tried to hold that back, but Trendy Nay is here, and he takes over, and I have no control. What was this? I hear sounds and noises and noises and sounds. This is breaking news. It will probably, unfortunately, get worse before it gets better. President Trump issues warning while also trying to strike optimistic note as he revives briefings on pandemic. Oh, he's coming back to talk to us? Oh, wow. You know what? No politics whatsoever. I am thankful that Donald Trump will be addressing the nation about this. He needs to, and I'm thankful. I'm thankful that he's going to do that. People need the reassurance, man. I need the fucking reassurance. You know, I need to see him fucking doing his job, and I need to hear what's going on inside his brain in real time. People really need that, man. It's you know, you don't want a shadow government. You don't want people doing shit without, you know, with no transparency. It's a very important word. It's, you know, you can still see me through here, you know, but, you know, this is transparency, and this is dropping the most bombs of any president ever, Barack Obama. Okay? Transparency right here. and this is about creating the cages and being the deporter in chief, Barack Obama. He's claiming to be the most transparent president, and not being transparent at all when it really mattered. So I don't want anybody to think that I lean one way or the other, because I do not. We are fucked no matter how we look at it. I just think everyone should be informed. And I think the president should be trying to inform us in his own stupid fucking way that I know Obama, right? Right? That's the way you want to go? Where's my notes that I didn't? Did I use them during the? I don't know. I was so messed up. Did I? Yeah, I did use them. Okay, cool. I got to ask him a couple of questions. Oh yeah, I did. I nailed some questions, and there's so many more. I have so many more questions for him, man. Oh my god, I hope he'll come back. You know, maybe we'll ask him in 6 months if he'll come back or something. I would love to have him on regularly. You know, if he would just, I'd be like, hey man, if you have time, I think I might be able to increase both yours and my fan base. You're 50,000 views per video and my 150. I think I might be able to improve. I might be able to bring a couple people to see you, Graham. 6 or 7. Politics is the crack cocaine of the indoctrinated. All right, what am I looking at? I know what I'm looking at. Okay. Oh my God, a blood clot in his throat. Okay, Stephen, thank you for taking that. I told the audience that we would find out, and as soon as we found out, I would share that with you. Everyone, it looks like, from what Stephen Running just said, that Michael Brooks died from a blood clot in his throat. So I'm assuming when they say throat, they're meaning like your, okay, Google. Which artery passes through the throat?
According to Teach Me Anatomy, the left and right common carotid arteries ascend up the neck, lateral to the trachea and the esophagus. They do not give off any branches in the neck. At the level of the superior margin of the thyroid cartilage, the carotid arteries split into the external and internal carotid arteries.
So carotid artery. He probably got a blood clot in his carotid artery in his throat. And that is how Michael Brooks died. So I'm so sorry to be the person to have to tell you guys that. That's horrible, man. I hope you felt no pain, and I hope you went quick, man. You know? I hope he had all of his affairs in order too, you know? Like, you always want to make sure you tell everyone you love that you love them all the time, because the day you never, my dad used to talk about that when I was younger. He said, you know, I'm always going to hug you, and I'm always going to tell you I love you. He's like, I don't know what day I'm not going to be here anymore. And that made an impression on me to tell people that I love them, you know, and to hug them. Because you remember those hugs and you remember that those times they tell you that they love you. You do. After they're gone. And it feels good. It's like they're hugging you from beyond in your memories, you know? So, we're gonna miss you, brother. We're gonna miss your Barack Obama impersonation, especially. It was the best one I've ever heard. Nobody could impersonate Barack Obama like Michael Brooks could. He had that voice down so good. I tuned into Sam Cedar one time, and I swear I thought he had fucking Barack Obama on the show. I was like, what am I hearing right now? I think it was Michael Brooks on the phone calling in as Barack Obama. I think that's what that was. Man, he fucking sounded just like him. And the thing about Michael Brooks is from his mindset, he knew the kinds of things that Barack Obama would say. He knew when Barack Obama would pause and when he would just go right through something. He had it down, man. He had that shit down. Cat Stoops, love you too. So, memorialize Michael Brooks, a fantastic podcaster, somebody who is doing it all the time on the Sam Cedar Show, on the Michael Brooks Show, and on show with Anna Kaspazarian, guest spotting on The Young Turks. I may have even seen him on Jimmy Dore once. I'm not sure. Can't remember. But he will be missed by a lot of people. He's leaving a little bit of a space there, you know. And I'm afraid it's not going to be filled by anybody. And that's the thing, man. You know, it's like when Michael Jackson died. Right? He never got replaced. There isn't another Michael Jackson. It's like when Prince died. There isn't another Prince. And there's no one who has those sorts of talents just like he had. To do what he did, to achieve what he did, and to be the first person to. There might be someone who can impersonate him, you know, or there might be somebody who is riding his coattails and making money off it. But he ain't Prince and he ain't Michael Jackson. And once these people are gone, they're gone. And it you know, it's like I was saying to a very, 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 very dear friend of mine today. I said, we have no perfection in this world. There was no intention, so there is no perfection. There is nothing but chaos. And the fact that we are even experiencing life is beyond incredible. It's beyond explainable, or it's beyond the ability for me how amazing it is to put it into words. And that unfortunately it doesn't matter how bad our lives are, and they can get really crappy. We are still experiencing something, and once it's gone, and we will be gone soon, it's gone forever. And we need to consider how lucky every single one of us really are. We are so lucky. And you have to remember that every day. If you feel like you've got a crappy hand, and I know a lot of you do. I know what it's like to feel like you've been dealt a bad hand in life when you look at other people that just seem to make it and have it. You are alive on the planet Earth. You are a human being. You evolved with this race, and you witnessed the fall and the goddamn extinction of it. You're so lucky, each one of us. You know, I think about one of my thoughts today about Michael Brooks dying, sorry about that, was he doesn't get to know if Donald Trump gets elected. He doesn't get to know when we go extinct. He doesn't get to know what the fuck is going on with the rising climate. He doesn't get to find out what's going to happen with politics and what's going to happen with fucking anything. And that in itself is fucking tragic because he was a part of all of that. He was in it and he was relaying it to other people and he was trying to explain it to other people and he was trying to change it for the better. And he at least deserved to see what the fuck his part in it all was going to play, let alone what the fuck else was going to happen. And it's just a fucking shame. That's the worst part of it, is he doesn't get to fucking bear witness. And that's what this is about, is bearing witness, guys. You guys all get to bear witness. And that's all this is about. You have no idea how insignificant and forgotten we, the human race, already are. We are insignificant. We are forgotten. We are gone already. You know, it's like a boat sitting at the bottom of the ocean that's rusting. And it's still got its form, you know, it's still, when you look at it, it looks like a boat. It's a fucking boat. And you're scuba diving around it and you scuba around the other side, and holy shit, on the other side, it's all fucking collapsed in and there's fish swimming in there and there's coral growing up through it. And you're like, dude, the other side looks like a normal boat. But on this side, it's all rusted and decaying and dissolving. Okay? We are that boat. We've already sunk to the bottom. We're not, hopefully can't get any lower than this. Please tell me we can't get any lower than this. And we are deteriorating that rate that I told you when you get in the back of the room, like the youngest Trendy did, and you look at the whole room and you see, whoa, President Nixon, he got basically run out of office. Bill Clinton got his dick sucked in the Oval Office, and he got a little bit more than a slap on the wrist, and at least he got punished somewhat. But then you've got Donald Trump guilty of treason. He's literally guilty of treason. That's not debatable. I'm not here to debate you guys, anybody. And nothing is done about it. That is the decline of our power over our political system. We've lost it. Okay, we don't have power over our political system anymore. We've got a balance of greedy people that control everything, that are our elected officials, and they've come to an agreement to where they can keep getting wealthier and wealthier and fuck all the people. Hey, Allie, where you been? I hope you're doing well. Pelosi is also a traitor. Yes, Anthony. Yeah, they all are. You know, I want so bad to talk to Graham about this. You know, all politicians are liars. You can't support any of them. We learn this now. I think we've all touched the element, you know, on the top, the stove top, enough times. I think we've all been burned severely. And, you know, AOC and Bernie Sanders and every other elected official that is sold themselves out and lied to us. When you see that decline, that's when you should say, I need to stop feeding into this and start feeding myself. Does that make sense? Stop feeding into politics and start feeding yourselves. Hun, I hope that pain oil is helping you. Please tell me it is helping you. Perfect sense. Oh, Allie, I'm so happy. I am so happy for you. Oh, I am so happy for you. Good. 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 Oh, you're bringing a smile to my face. I was thinking about our state of affairs, of humanity, and you brought a smile to my face knowing that that oil is helping you. Is there CBD? Is there a CBD oil I can buy for my mom's arthritis? Anthony, you are a humanist in a great way. Maybe are you? What do you think? Kanye West becomes president. I plan on moving to New Zealand. Go to my website, naysgarden.com. Anthony. Anthony, he's a big boy. He can speak for himself. Anthony, go to my website, naysgarden.com. All right, and hopefully you'll be able to see what's available there. Nays Garden. Yep, naysgarden.com. That's easy to remember, right? naysgarden.com. Here, let's put this up there. My camera looks interesting, doesn't it? Oh, I like that. It's kind of weird looking. I'm tripping, aren't I? Am I tripping? Why you tripping? Why you tripping? You tripping? Why you tripping? Old school. We're going to do old school shit here. Here we go. Look at those tops above my head. Oh my goodness. Aw. Allie, I'm so glad. I wish you had said that in one statement. I want to put that up on a tweet. I'm going to have to double copy it. That's all I'll do. I'll double copy that. Okay. It helps me to the point where I've been able to go out and skate. It's amazing. Hun, that is just, I'm so glad. Oh, Anthony, he's a big boy. He can speak for himself. Okay. Triage, oil. Trendy, pain, oil. Tweet. Do I want to send that to anybody? No. It's snake oil, though, according to Michael Malice and his crew. Why am I bringing that up? Oh my God. Do you guys, if I could just delete what I just said from this. What am I shit talking on my live stream for, man? Oh my God. It's like, shut up, Nate. Just shut up, you. What are you doing, you? Shut up. You need to take your dog out for a walkie walk. Look at you. You're neglecting your pet, you. You're a low piece of shit, you. Yo. You're very good, though. Yo. Very good with that Graham Elwood, yo. Very impressed. I saw Graham Elwood on your show. I said, that kid's going to do something one day. Look at this. Look at what he's doing. I said, you sit down. I said, Graham, you stand up because you like it better. But you shut up and sit down, you. That's what I said, you. Oh, I wanted to ask him about Lee Camp. At 4 today. I wanted to ask him about Lee Camp. God, I wonder if he'll... Oh, fuck. Dude, I want to wait for him to get the oil. He's going to get the oil soon. Probably by the end of this week or something. Martin, out there, you got it. Well done. Thank you, Morgan. Is the best. Thank you, Kat. Greenhouse Randy. My grandmother is a 50 years. The neutral heat water sources are the best for it. For example, in honey. Put more CBD to it on his order. Running to the pharmacy, but I'll leave you open. Thank you. Keep it open. Hashtag keep it open. Yes, please do. Hanging out in Nae's garden with Graham Elwood today. That was just amazing. Look at this little restless wonder behind me. Hopefully that Trendy Pain oil the triage oil will mean less trips to the pharmacy in the future. Everybody likes that triage oil because 0 side effects. That was what Jimmy Dore loved about it. Jimmy said, I put this on, I have no side effects. It makes me feel better, and I have 0 side effects, and I don't have to worry about it poisoning me. And he's right, because on my eyes, from the bottom of my heart, I know how pure and how safe that stuff is to put on your body. I put it in my dog's ears every day. How are your ears doing, buddy? Hey, you. He got to be on the interview a couple times. I saw him back there a little bit, moving around. He's on it right now. What am I saying? This is the video. Hey, you're on the video. What do you know? You're on the Graham Elwood video. You look at you. You're going to be famous. Everybody's going to know the name Rogan after today, thanks to me. All right. Cheers, guys. No law regarding cannabis. Cannabis isn't just for all. Who's the cutest puppy in the whole world? This one. Cute little puppy. You are great, says SRC 22nd. SRC 22nd, I love you. Thank you for saying that. Cheers. Hey, Graham, I'd like to sing you a song. Why do birds suddenly appear every time just like me? They want to be close to Graham Elwood. As close to Graham Elwood as I can possibly be, and not in a silly way. Do you guys like the beard? Thank you very much, SRC. I appreciate that. I'm letting it grow in a little longer. I was looking at it this morning. I was like, should I shave for the interview? And I could take these off, you know? And I thought about it, and I was like, nobody shaves like that anymore, pal. Unreal. Just let those hairs grow. Unreal, pal. Nobody does it like this anymore, pal. Unreal. Unreal, pal. Cheryl says, why? Why what, hun? Love baby bobblehead trendy Rogan. Oh, let the beard grow? Then I shall. Then I shall. I'm gonna have to take him out. Hey, homie, you gotta go pee outside real quick? Alright, because I'm in the middle of a show doing stuff, but you can go pee really quick, right? You can go pee for your daddy. Come here. Come over here. Rogie. Come here. Rogie. Rogie. Over here, buddy. Come on, buddy. Come on. Rogie. Come on. Homie, now's not the time. Come on. Come on. Good boy. Good boy. Rogie, stay. Stay. I'll be right back. Stay right there. I'll be right back, buddy. He didn't fall for it that time. Rogan, stay there. Stay. You stay. I'll be right back. Rogan, I'll be right back. Stay. Oh, here he comes. Ah, ha, 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 ha. It worked that time. Ha, 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 ha. about that, okay? Hold on. Here you go, son. Enjoy. Enjoy to your little heart's content. Dude, that was a process. That was a process. But I am glad to say it has been handled and he is taken care of, and I am back. Oh, why shave? I see. Your look is a wise and energetic look. I have to work on it myself, SRC. Well, I live on a mountain, and let me tell you something. It's turned me into a fucking bat. I'm sorry, wait. Where was I? Oh, right. I was just watching my dog on the video camera. He's out here, he's out on the deck just watching something. I don't know. He just kind of caught me off guard. And where was I? Oh, right. Mountain. I live up here on this mountain, and it and it's turned me into a fucking billy goat. That's what's appeared. And a rooster, too. Press number 1 if you're fucking laughing right now. I want to hear from you. It will make me happy. If you press number 1, it will make me happy. And hit enter. Cheers, everybody. No law regarding cannabis. Cannabis is for all. It's another quarter of the hour. Time to smoke. SRC is laughing. Thank you, SRC22D. Thank you for pressing number 1. That makes me happy. Coming in from Twitch, Coney presses number 1. Chris Durham presses number 1. SRC press number 1 again. Cheryl press number 1. Randy press number 1. David C. Baker Jr. press number 1. Mariana, who are you? Thank you for pressing number 1. Welcome to the show. Where'd you come from? You're new. David C. Baker Jr. presses number 1 over from the D Live. Over from the D Live, Titus Defton. MDS Systems presses number 1. David C. Baker Jr. coming in at Susan Baker on YouTube presses number 1. Cheers, everybody. Quarter of the hour. How did you see Graham was on? Mariana, are you subscribed to my channel? I just got to interview Graham Elwood on here for an hour, and you are going to love the interview. He makes me laugh my balls off, and I fucking make him laugh a couple times too, and it is a really entertaining, fun hour of Graham Elwood. I think you'll really like it, and it's a little revealing. You know, we get a little personal, and we get a little, we get into it a little bit, and I think you're going to dig it. I'm not the greatest interviewer in the world, but I'm not looking to impress people using my interview skills. I'm looking to introduce my audience to the people that inspire me. That's the point of my interviews. Danger Man, the urban superhero, inspires me. People might not realize that. They might think it's a big joke and that I wanted him on my show as a joke because he's an old man that dresses up in a superhero costume. No. I wanted him to be my first interview because I've known him on YouTube for years and I've watched him fight, the same fight that I've been fighting, which is to try to get people to hear your voice and to get your message. And I know that he's been doing the same thing as me, and he just does it. He's got a different message. He does his thing differently. And I've always followed and supported him. And I'm like, for years, I was the only person that would ever watch his videos and give him likes. And, he's getting more popular. He's getting on TV interviews and stuff. But it still needs help on YouTube. Danger Man, the urban superhero. you're going to like what he's about. He's a genuine person. He wants to help. And kids need it sometimes. You know, kids need a little extra reminder to look both ways when they cross the road. A little extra reminder not to take candy from strangers or go up and pet somebody's puppy in a park. Right, guys? And Danger Man is all about that stuff. Your parents can tell you something over and over and over again. But when your fucking favorite superhero fucking comes up and tells you, you're going to fucking listen to him. You know, when you're in, third grade, second grade, fourth grade, that means something to you. You know, your parents by now have already told you something that you disagreed with. You know, you need that role model when you're that little kid. You need to look both ways. Wear your seatbelt. Don't do drugs. Don't hang out with the wrong crowd and start joining gangs. He's got a very important message. Danger Man, the urban superhero. He's on Twitter. He's on YouTube. He's probably in a lot more places too. He plays a role. Yeah. He tried to teach. Sell the couch, 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 sell the couch. Bro, what color are toes? 5 and a 15-quarter two. Do you like this couch? Let's look at it. It's a beautiful couch by Ashley. Look at this. It's a 7-section floor, folks. Let's go. Who's going to give me the first bid on this beautiful couch by Ashley? 3 and a 15-quarter two, 2 and a 15-quarter 5, 5 and a 15-quarter two, my ball sack's getting pinched. 2 and a 15-quarter two, ow, my ball sack hurts. Gonna shake out them balls right now. 3 and a 15, 2, 2 and a shaking them balls out. 2 and a 15-quarter two, 2 and a 15, my balls are feeling better right now. 5 and a 15-quarter two, 2 and a 15-quarter 5. What do we got for this beautiful couch? Come on, let's go. Oh, you gotta lay down the first bid. Come on, who's gonna give me the first bid? Come on, we got $100 on the floor, Adrian Maserati. Come on, 5 and a 15-quarter two, 2 and a 15-quarter 1. Come on, 5 and a 15, 2, 2, 2 and a 15-quarter 1, 1. Come on, 5. Gonna be a shoe on the head here real soon, folks. 3 and a 15-quarter two, 2 and a 15-quarter 1, 1 and 15-quarter 5. Come on, people, let's go. Who's gonna give me that second bid? What? 3 and a 15-2. Who's gonna buy this beautiful couch by Ashley? Come on, people on the floor, let's go. 3 and a 15-quarter 2 and a 15-quarter 5 and a 15-2, 2 and a 15-quarter 5. Come on, people, let's go. I'll give you a solid handshake and $150. Come on, people, that's good. Let's go going once on that offer. 3 and a 15-quarter 2, 2, 2. Come on, people, let's go. 2 and a 15. I just got 100 some odd million something billions. I don't know how many dollars that is. It's an inappropriate bid. It's an inappropriate bid. You've been cast out of the auction. 3 and a 15, 2, 2 and a 15-quarter 5, 5, 5 and a 15-quarter 2. Your bids no longer matter. 2 and a 15-quarter 2, 2 and a 15-quarter 5. You got to play along, folks. 3 and a 2, 2, 2 and a 15. If you want the auction to continue, come on. 5 and a 15-quarter 2, 2 and a 15-quarter 5, 5 and a 15-quarter 10, 10 and a 15-quarter 25, 25 and a 15-quarter 2, 2 and a 15-quarter 1, 1 and a 15-quarter 25, 20, 15, 7 and a 15, 78 and a 72, 2 and a 75, 5, 5 and a 15-quarter 2, 2 and a 15-quarter. Yes, we ship to Australia. 3 and a 15-quarter 2, 2. Shipping to the AU 2 and a 2 and a 5, 5, 5 and a 15, 2. That's all you got, Adrian? You ain't got no crew? You ain't got no crew, son? It's just me and you? Fuck. Psst, you better bring your crew, man. Next time you want to do this, you better bring your crew. I mean, you better share this in a fucking couch auction group like a real man does. Or a real I should say a real person. A real man. I don't even go there anymore, man, and I'm getting better. Dude, Graham Elwood is going live with Lee Camp. I want to bring them in to our show, so let me go find them. Maybe there'll be a link here. David C. Baker Jr., way to share this epic video. Graham Elwood is liking the tweets that you guys are mentioning. Look at that. You guys see that? Look at what is going on here. Two and a 15 quarter 5 and a 15 quarter 10 and 15 quarter 21 and 15 quarter 5 and a 15 quarter 10 and 15 quarter 5 and 15 quarter 10 and 15. Whoa! Whoa! Graham posted the freaking link to the goddamn live podcast on his Twitter, guys. I didn't know. Thank you, Graham Elwood, for that. Oh my goodness. Everyone, please go to Graham Elwood. Like, love, retweet, leave comment. God bless America. Graham Elwood is liking my tweets. Why I'm here is I'm wanting to get a link to the show with Graham and Lee. I don't want to get distracted, and Twitter can do that, man. Twitter can distract you really fast. I'll start going through tweets and trying to follow all the people that are following me, and background sound. There shouldn't be any background sound. Background sound, man. There shouldn't be any background sound. Why do you hear the background sound? There shouldn't be any background sound. Air fryer's just an oven, right? That's what I would think, right? I mean, what's the difference between, isn't that what convectioning is? Moving the air around? I don't know. Psst. What am I trying to do here? Why are you all leaving me? Why are you going away? It's almost 4:20. Oh my God. My own audience deserting me before 4:20. I don't know why you guys would do this. So this is what I'm going to ask you. Like people like Billy Ballantyne, Adrian Maserati, well, anybody that supports this show, do whatever you can to share this right now. Try to get some people in here, please. Because I'm not done. Can you guys do that for me? I'm trying to find this where Lee and Lee Camp and Graham Elwood are going live. Graham has liked plenty of my stuff. Let me just go to his channel and see. He's always good about posting links where he's going live. Okay, Graham and Lee Camp. Here we go. Via YouTube. Okay, here we go. I got it. 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 Goodbye. Oh, they're live already.
That's what you're seeing here.
They're live
in these steps they're taking. But yeah, it's.
Is this live? This is live.
It's horrifying, and you don't see any movement on it. And I guess for some people their next question might.
Dude, he had to leave my interview so he could do this show with Lee Camp. I'm just so flattered right now. Oh my God. I knew he was a busy guy.
Portland, along with those moms, have actually pushed back the federal troops, pushed them back to where they came from in the courthouse or whatever. There's an article about that from last night, showing a lot of people power in Portland. But also, I think it in the cases where an area has stood up against this kind of thing, it usually comes down to local lawmakers, like mayors and the few mayors with backbones and state reps and things. So it's it's why I don't say don't vote. It's because yes, maybe the two main parties are largely bought on the federal level, but you can often have a much larger impact on local politics.
No, it's a great point because all the real change, especially with Bernie bailing and just quitting, it's shown that all of the change that has happened, really, and there's a lot that's happened in the last 2 months, has all been happening are on the local level. And this is showing, and these protests are local issues. They're protesting.
And these local things then go viral.
Yes.
Like, it doesn't just stop at that city.
Yeah, and that's the thing that's huge. So this Portland mom thing, this has gone viral. I mean, this is just in the last couple of days, and everyone's like, wow, the moms. And Portland is a largely white city. It's a city of white liberals. So it's like all these white moms, primarily, are like, we ain't having it. And that's your voting block in Portland. So if you're in the Portland City Council, you're the Portland mayor, you're like, oh God. Or even if you're a state representative and your district is in Portland, you're like, oh God, they could vote me out quick. So, and this is we've seen this so many times, like Gail McLaughlin in Richmond, California, small little town, but Chevron literally had people on the city council. She got him out of there. I mean, Asheville, North Carolina just voted 7-0 for reparations for African Americans in that city. That's a huge...
All right, but I gotta say, Asheville is like some sort of fucking bizarre Burning Man town. I mean, you can't go in there without
Burning Man town
flashing their tits at you and someone giving you face paint. And
he's got a set, obviously. He's got
contact high just from hanging out in the middle of town.
Yeah, I mean,
so it's a little different there.
Yeah,
he's already got jokes for it.
What
It's funny.
Is I think the
Quit running your fucking jokes.
and body painting, it actually drifted up to Providence, Rhode Island, because now Providence, Rhode
Just
Island
heard
is talking
you got a
about
couch about 4
putting those same
280
measures
couch.
they're having
Michael
in
Hawk,
the
hang in there. We're gonna auction this couch off for you.
which
5 and a 15 quarter to 2 and a 15 quarter 5 and a 15 quarter 5. Can you get some more people in here? 2 and a 15 quarter 2 2 and a 15 quarter 10 10 and a 15 quarter 5 5 and a 15 quarter 2 2 2 and a 15 quarter 5 5. Come on, people, let's go. 2 and a 15 to 2 and a 15 quarter 5 5 and a 15 quarter 10 10 and a 15 quarter 15 to 10 and a 15 quarter 21 21 and 15 quarter 7 7 and a 15 quarter 5 5 and 15 quarter 8 and a 15 quarter 2. Come on, people, let's go. 2 and a 15 2 2 and a 15 quarter training at Deborah 5 5 and a training nation 2 and a Nays Garden 5 5 and 15 quarter to 2 and access for all 5 2 and a 15 2 2 and a 15 quarter 5. Come on, people, let's go.
Crazy for doing it in my city and that kind of thing. I don't know if you remember this. It was like a few years back. It was like illegal for two men to sign a silly federal contract saying they will love each other forever.
Yes.
And then people were like, "Wow, that's stupid." And then that the other people were like,
I think he got high before his
"They said it's
podcast
stupid.
too.
Maybe we should say it's stupid."
Yeah, you're right.
And then the whole nation said, "Yeah, that's stupid."
It starts out exactly. Then all these states went, come on, gay marriage is legal. Same thing with first medical marijuana, which California
Cannabis.
signed medical marijuana into law in like
Cannabis.
97,
We all know it's medical.
98. And then it got up to 13 or 14 states had medical marijuana. Now we have a handful of states with recreational marijuana. So it's another thing that we're very close. It won't happen with this coked out rapist president, but maybe somebody else will be.
Listen, it's never nice to insult someone's hobbies. All right.
Yes.
When he doesn't his off time.
You're right. He should be able to do blow and go to tanning salons in the Oval Office. But yeah, you're right. So I think the decriminalization of marijuana will happen federally after more and more cities and states say, come on, because what's happening too, and it comes down to the money, is the, because that's part of this too. So like conventions, big companies, they're not going to go to states that say no. That sort of happened with the gay marriage. That happened with the bathroom issue in North Carolina. All these like the Final Four and all these people were like, no, we're not going. That just happened in D.C. with FedEx. Got pressure to get the mascot out of there.
How? It seems like things have gotten crazier recently, but how stupid was that bathroom thing?
Oh, I know.
We can't have the indignity of
The bathroom
a
thing.
man, someone who's born a man who now identifies as a woman in our bathrooms. It's like, do you know what fucking goes on in public bathrooms? You're like knee deep in turds.
It's
There's fucking
horrifying.
rats crawling around. There's people injecting opioids into their eyeballs in one of the stalls, and yet you're worried that a guy who identifies as a woman is gonna go into the wrong. Oh God.
Yeah, I don't want a transgender person to use a glory hole. I want
Ooh.
just a regular man to use a glory hole. Come on. Yeah, it's crazy. The whole public restroom thing, like, who cares? But that's the thing, is the pressure, and then when it goes viral, social media, and fortunately, millennials and Gen Z, that they're just not. Most of them are like, nope, they're leading the way with these protests. They're like, we ain't having it, because they're on social media. They're not watching CNN and Fox News and MSNBC with the 70-year-olds. They're just going, nah, we ain't doing it. And this pressure, it's like, if you don't reform stuff, companies and businesses are like, I'm not coming there. And then conversely, you're seeing like all the budget surplus that Colorado has because of its recreational marijuana and all that stuff. And it's, I'm seeing some changes that are sort of.
Oh yeah, there's positive things out there. I mean, and I think a lot of them came about because of the quote unquote information revolution that now any coverage, but now there is a full court press by all of our government, like almost to a person, like the entirety of Congress and everything, to shut down the information revolution, to make sure that people cannot communicate so freely, because they found out that when that happens, you know what happens? People like Bernie Sanders do very well in elections, and this was a major problem for them.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see. Like, it's going to be messy and stuff, but all this, I mean, I'm telling you, the image of just a bunch of moms arm in arm going no to guys. And what does it say to you, private DHS guy? These moms, these soccer moms, no weapons, no, tear gas canisters. You're all armed up and afraid of them? Wow, are you a pussy? Wow, are you just such a baby that you need to well, the moms are coming. We need to shoot rubber bullets at them. Like,
let's not use pussy as a term of weakness. The pussies are the strong ones here.
Yeah, exactly. You're right. They are a bunch of lip dicks. That's what they are. They are just soft, whiskey-dicked morons that can't stand up. It's like, you think.
Okay, now
Hey,
I'm upset you insulted whiskey. So really, you are stepping on a lot of landmines here, Graham. A lot of landmines you're walking into.
I'm sorry if I shamed whiskey. Whiskey is nature's nectar, and it's a cure. It's daddy's truth.
Hey, SRC, I really couldn't give a fuck about your history, your politics, your morality, your rhetoric, your philosophy, your art, your teachings, your art teaching, your Eastern philosophy, your aesthetics, your high-level mysticism, at all. Couldn't give a fuck about any of that shit.
I think our sound effects are really what's going to blow this show up.
I don't know anything about it, and I don't care to.
What frightens me is
No law regarding cannabis. Cannabis is a test for all. Cheers, everybody.
Lee, this quarantine living alone has its challenges, and I need to talk to my action figures are the ones getting me through this. I don't know that I need to be judged for that.
Listen, do you play with your Voltron without making that noise?
Yeah, I mean, I give these characters life, and
I am their lord.
I'm their lord, and they bow down before me, and I don't know that I need to be judged for that, So we're going to do an action figure segment later.
Yeah. Listen, my supplicants would be very upset if I didn't do that noise. They expect it of me as their lord, their god.
We can't supplicants. So I didn't think I was going to hear supplicant today. I'll be honest. I woke up. I did not think that word was going to be said to me.
Well, I used to say that in my stand-up routine when the crowd was starting to get a little quiet. I go, well, for those of you not liking this, at least you'll leave here going, I heard sentences I've never heard before. So,
I heard
that.
words tied together in a way that's never been done. That was interesting. So I wanted to talk about a government secret. I wanted to talk about the Creel Committee. And I first learned about this reading Chris Hedges' Death of a Liberal Class. It came out in 2010. I read it 3 years ago when I first started doing political vigilante and was like, I need to get more up to speed. I saw Hedges. I got turned on to him, I think through Jimmy. He was on Jimmy Show or something. Or
Brother, it doesn't matter whether you're talking about European or American
That and Empire of Illusion.
history, politics, morality, rhetoric, philosophy, art teachings, Eastern philosophy, aesthetics, high level mysticism. I couldn't give a fuck about any of it. None of that shit matters to me.
Very depressing. So.
Yeah, you don't walk away with a lot of like, you know, sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows. You don't have a lot of that after reading.
Well, I'm your friend too. I'm just saying I'm not interested in discussing any of that shit.
Hold on, Graham. We have to stop for a.
I'm listening to what these guys are saying right now. Or trying to.
Lee Camp's new book has a foreword by Chris Hedges.
Oh.
So everyone should check out Bullet Points and Punchlines if you're looking to be depressed yet informed. No, I make it not depressing because I throw in jokes about Cuccinelli.
Whiskey and Cuccinelli, that's going to be the name of my next book. But yeah, no, that's actually, and Bullet Points and Punchlines, which is a great book, and the foreword by Chris Hedges and Jimmy Dore, they're very funny and cool, and Hedges is so on point. I've learned so many things about...
It's 7:10. 7:10. Look at the time. It's 7:10. It's 7:10.
He was on the Jimmy Dore show talking about Fred Hampton, and I didn't.
He was
know
on the
who
Jimmy
Fred
Dore show. I
Hampton
love it.
was. And then I looked him up and was like, oh, head of the Black Panther Party in Chicago that unified Southern whites in the first Rainbow Coalition. And oh, shocking, he was killed by the FBI. Anytime you
and I believe he was the one they shot like 90 bullets or something while he was in the
No, it's 7:10 everywhere, SRC. 7:10 everywhere, man. It doesn't matter what time it is where you are. It's 7:10 everywhere. No law regarding cannabis. Cannabis is for all. Happy 7:10. Cheers, everybody, including SRC 22D.
No choice. But I learned about the Creel Committee. And this was created by George Creel, and this came, it was an independent agency of the government of the United States created to influence public opinion to support U.S. participation in World War I. In just over 26 months, from April 14, 1917 to June 30th, 1919, it used every medium available to create enthusiasm for the war effort and to enlist public support against the foreign and perceived domestic attempts to stop America's participation in the war. Here's what he did. He was, so at the time, I didn't know this, but before the Creel Commission, America was basically, World War I had already started. It was viewed as this war overseas. They were calling it Wall Street's War. It was just a war to benefit Wall Street. This is 1917, right?
That's crazy.
Which, oh my God. And Creel was hired by Woodrow Wilson, and he came up with a propaganda machine. He came up and there was this new film industry was starting, and so these black and white movies showing how bad the Kaiser was. It's a marketing slogan, the war to end all wars. That was a marketing slogan that was pushed to the American people. Once we win this war, then there will be no more wars.
I think people don't realize how much of war is marketing. It's like ad agencies sitting around being like, we're going to be greeted with chocolates and roses.
Yeah. It's amazing. He used, so they're doing this, and you've put it in today's perspective 100 years later, where the media is 10 times more sophisticated. And like we talked about MK Ultra on this show a couple episodes ago, and one of the things they learned in MK Ultra basically is almost, to me, seems like it's expanding upon the Creel Committee of how do we influence the public. You know, how do we sway public perception? How do we infuse propaganda? And Creel was like one of the first people to go, if we put it in a magazine, we put it in a newspaper, we put it in a radio program, and then we put it in this new movie medium, people are hearing it all different places, so they think, wow, everyone's in agreement on this. And
Yeah. So, something else I've done segments on in the past is Edward Bernays, who's considered kind of the father of advertising, in the sense, obviously there was advertising before Bernays. I think this is around the same years you're talking about, kind of early 20th century to mid 20th century. But Bernays, using his, I believe, cousin or uncle's work, Sigmund Freud, figured out that really ads shouldn't tell people directly what it is that they want or need. More impact is subconscious, or is done with the implication. So if you show us going to war and how brave our young men are, and I'm talking about past when it was only men, but how brave our young men are, and how much we're loved for doing that. If you just show that kind of thing, that's going to get more reaction subconsciously than just saying support this war. Like this ad brought to you by War Department. War is good. Go support war. So there was a shift in advertising where it became much more of a kind of subconscious implied desires. And Bernays is given a lot of the credit for doing that. And by credit, I mean he's destroyed the entire world.
Yeah, it's great that these guys really planted the seeds of the end of humanity so many years ago. But that's what Careel did. And you're seeing how, as we look at American exceptionalism, right, and how that's been fed to all of us, and especially here with the entertainment industry, which, the CIA has had offices in Hollywood since the late 40s, and they have script approval on some of the big budget movies like Marvel and stuff like that. When you look at these, Captain America. And
So yeah, the way that works, one of the biggest ways that works is if you want any of these large weapons of war, like think about the number of movies you've seen where someone's in an MRAP, where someone's walking through the Pentagon, where someone's a shot of a fighter jet, or even just has certain types of guns. All of that has to, in order to get that in your movie, you almost always need to work with the Pentagon. And they have whole departments, like you're saying, that deal with Hollywood. So any movie where you're seeing people drive around in MRAPs or something, like all these Avenger movies, everything, they have, cooperation with the CIA and Pentagon, etc. And so really those movies, they allow some criticism of war and militarism and stuff, but there's a certain level you can't go to and get the cooperation to have that stuff in your film.
Oh yeah, and that's why it's always in there, and that's why, when was the last time you saw a movie that was really critical of the CIA? I can think of 3 Days of the Condor, maybe.
Right, and there are some movies like Hurt Locker. It's like it wasn't fully positive about war. It actually makes war seem confusing and not fun, and innocent people die and stuff. But the thing is, it promotes the ideas enough of like our soldiers are just doing their best and they just want to help people, but they don't always know how because it's tough over there. And it's not, they've stopped doing the thing where like it's just rah 100% look how awesome we are, and they've started doing a kind of more subtle form of manipulation that makes people just believe that things are pretty chaotic and innocent people die, but our troops are mostly good.
Yeah, and you see all the little subtle ways that they do this. I remember when Wonder Woman came out, and I was like, oh awesome, a female driven superhero finally.
It's almost 420.
I like the history of Wonder Woman. It's interesting. And when I went to, and this was back when I was doing a movie review podcast, and so I was watching movies every week, and I would go see big budget
releases
like this, and it was significant. And Wonder Woman was a really fun, entertaining movie, and great. But the ads they played before the trailers, how movie theaters now, well, before the shutdown obviously, but we'll play a couple of ads and then movie trailers. one of the ads, and this is the first time I had seen this, and now this plays a lot, was this young girl, and she sees some kids bullying, and she gets in the middle of the bullying. And then we see her in college playing rugby, and she's a team leader on the women's rugby team. And then we see her in Marine Corps boot camp, right? And then we see her charging in.
Because shooting innocent Afghan people is very similar to throwing the rugby ball.
It's all the same thing.
It's kind of the same forearm muscle. It's very similar.
It's absolutely.
Wonder how many people are watching this.
Poor people.
Live.
And then
Let's
they
see.
show her, charging in actual urban combat, and they just glamorize it. And I went, oh man! So I was so torn because I'm like, oh, here's this movie that's empowering young women.
340 people watching, not bad. Not bad, you guys.
But then I was like, oh, so now they're saying, hey, young women, you need to join the war effort. You can be a hero for America. And I was like, oh, look how powerful the message was. You're Wonder Woman if you do that.
Right. You're Wonder Woman if you have the gun on your back and a confused, pointless mission to go after.
Yeah.
If you are Wonder Woman, if you can shoot a sniper rifle at targets of who knows what. I mean, it was kind of unclear, but at least we know you're very good at shooting at. Could be a terrorist, could be a teacher. Don't know.
In a war that's been going on since you were 4.
Well, because a lot of what Wonder Woman did.
It's 420, guys. Happy
Woman,
420. No law regarding cannabis.
fields
Cannabis
for
isn't just for
America.
all. Cheers. Happy 420.
It was all about we need a pipeline through this company for oil companies, and we need minerals for the cell phone business.
Many people don't know the opioid crisis never would happen without Wonder Woman, so we have a lot to thank her for.
She's been great.
We really do.
She has been great.
But as long as you've opened this door into criticism of these superhero movies, we might find something we disagree on. I have seen many of them, most of these superhero movies. There is definitely something enjoyable about many of them. And the Wonder Woman one, I enjoyed watching her kick ass. I think the kick ass parts were lovely. I like the idea of a tribe of warrior women who seem to have cut off the balls of all the men.
I like the first part of that, not the second.
But I have to say that when you really pay attention to what it is that movie is about, the warrior female Wonder Woman comes to, Earth in Britain or wherever she is, and is guided around the world by a man who's telling her how to behave like a civilized human. She's like a fucking dope. And she's just like, do I use my sword to make phone call? And he's like, no, silly lady. That's ridiculous. And so
Dude, if all the men's balls are cut off,
I get it, just 'cause she's
who's Wonder Woman's father? How are the women born if there's no men with balls?
Societal norms,
I think that's interesting. And there's a lot. I mean, that's a really cool. And I remember discussing, even debating this on my movie podcast, because there's scenes obviously where he sees women, or she sees women in dresses. She's like, "Why would you dress like that?" That's where he's telling her, "Hey, little girl, this is how you should dress." And she's like, "There's no way I'm dressing that way." So there was some pushback, but yeah, that's a very valid thing. And I'm so torn with all the superhero movies because I like superheroes. I grew up reading comic books. I like their big budget, fun popcorn movies. But man, it's so hard to go, boy, did the CIA push that through? And boy, was that, what general at NORAD signed off on that scene? It's just,
right.
It's hard to watch in some levels, man.
Yeah, and it's interesting. It's often the broader picture is something I could get behind. The broader picture, I think, in Wonder Woman and some of the others, is that we're destroying the planet's resources. Now, Now, granted, it's the evil villain's solution is to kill all the people or whatever, but I agree that people like that's an important point to hit home. You know, I think what was it with Ultron or something? I think the point of like creating AI that is smarter than
They
us
sperm
and
banked
can
them.
doom us. I think that's an important point to talk about.
Mhm.
So there's a lot of important points in there, but
They use sperm banks.
there's just enough of this kind of horseshit pro-military stuff and pro-CIA stuff.
father
that
has no
will drive me
balls.
nuts. You know, like in Black Panther, the only kind of unimpeachable character that really just has pure motives to the whole thing, and never once are you like, well, I don't know if he should have done that, is the fucking CIA guy.
Yeah, I know. And it was like, oh boy, and he's like, and again, there's the depiction of the like, the CIA, the fun-loving CIA gangs here, and maybe you're like, oh, they run some secret ops, but it's never like, hey, you're evil. You're doing horrible crap. You've been ruining this planet for 70 years. Like, stop it. Nobody ever says that. It's like, hey, they got to get stuff done their way. You know, and it's
and you notice so like in Black
The
Panther,
high level
the evil guy is
gets to
the,
keep his ball
weapons,
sack.
black market weapons.
I'd
salesman,
say
right?
the highest
And it's
level.
like, what are we're just not black market. We're just up front and center weapons salespeople. We sell the largest, most powerful weapons to the most horrific regimes that are like causing a genocide in Yemen. But no, this one surly fella from that from downtown Oakland who grew up on the streets and now has weapons connections. He's the bad guy. That's the only.
Well,
that's the
all-
only weapon salesperson.
it just summed up America's denial and hypocrisy all in one. Like, that guy selling crack on the street corners and evil. But please, here's Merck Pharmaceuticals to give you some great medication for you. And all those evil dictators in those poor third world countries locking people up at the private prison industry in America.
Can't believe I just interviewed Graham Elwood,
How many
man.
people in jail who have
Fucking all hit me like a goddamn
So
train
that's-
wreck.
That's fantastic.
Boom!
So, anyway, as we wrap this,
I'm
segment
sitting
up,
here watching him just getting
learn more
lost
about
in the
Freedom
podcast,
Committee
and I realize how
what
long I've been doing
happened
this for,
100 years ago
and I'm like,
is
I
now
just
in full
interviewed that
force
guy.
today, as we've just discussed, in a military recruiting video before a blockbuster superhero movie that then gets pushed out all throughout social media, and you drive down the street and you see there's the new Jack Ryan. Isn't the CIA great series
I'm
on
better?
Amazon, which is owned by Jeff Bezos, who, oh, by the way, the CIA paid him $600 million.
SRC-22D, that's very nice of you to say thank you.
Connection there. That's just random. You see how powerful it is.
I enjoy watching
It's
both of
starting
these
with
guys, and I
Creel
recommend them
and
both
pushing
all the
World War I on
time.
American people.
I always tell you guys Lee Camp, and I always tell you guys Graham Elwood.
$600 million contract with the Pentagon, which for Amazon is probably small peanuts, but it's big enough to matter. And
Lee Camp, great hair, man.
also
He's
owns
got
the
great
Washington
hair.
Post, and then you have all this pro-war garbage at the Washington Post. I mean, it's all linked together.
And he has a tendency to make me laugh from time to time
it's
too, which is
truly
a good
fucked
thing.
up.
He also
So,
knows
should-
politics pretty
do you
good.
think we can squeeze in this? Let's see, the economics topic.
Yeah, let's do one more segment.
Let's see if we can get this in here in 10 minutes.
Economics.
I just wanted to talk because government secrets can be like these specific things, like you were just talking about specific programs and things like that. MK Ultra we talked about last week, but it can also be kind of a broader sense of the secret is the reality of our economy or something like that. I mean, so like right now in this pandemic, you have not only do you have of course the complete botched ability to deal with the pandemic in any way and making America one of the most deadly countries to be in for this pandemic, et cetera, et cetera. That's not a secret. But you also have economics, which is the economics of the situation, which is continuing to be a crisis. It will get worse. This will likely be similar to the Great Depression. I mean, you have 28 million evictions looming. You have the Richard Wolff, economist Richard Wolff was saying that the largest 1 week unemployment number in the past 50, 60 years was in the early 1980s, and it was 600,000, 700,000 people declared unemployment in 1 week, and that was unbelievable. Nowadays, we're facing 1 to 2 million every week are declaring unemployment. So, signing up for unemployment. So, this massive economic collapse and is coming, and they're getting ready to throw people out of houses. The people are struggling. People
You hear that? Collapse is coming.
A lot of people, I think, believe that this is just the way it is. That like the government can bail out some things, but there's just nothing they can do. It's a pandemic,
Jimmy Dore's going live right now? Fuck, you're kidding me.
But we don't need to have an economic
Who said that?
system set up this way. Like
Steve Running, thank you,
let's break
son.
it down. Imagine 100 people.
Let's
and
fucking get into it.
It's just a 100-person community, unconnected to the outside world. And if a pandemic came into their community, so you got 10 people sick, and you got 20 others who are going to lose their jobs because of it, what would happen in that community? Well, they'd help each other out, and the 10 sick people would be taken care of, and nobody would lose their home. Or if one of their homes collapsed, they would just live with the other people. Like, everyone would be fed and clothed and housed. It would be very simple. And that could be on a much larger scale, and it doesn't need to be called. It's not communism. It's just rational. That there's no reason anyone should be homeless. And I think you did a segment on Utah's program that ended homelessness for a few years, didn't you?
Yeah, homeless housing first that they got. I think it originated in Finland.
Yeah. And basically, they just gave people houses, and they found out it saved them money. And now their homelessness has gone back up since 2015 because, quote unquote, they stopped doing that.
Well, it's working too well. We can't let that happen.
We got to abandon that. But what this comes down to is this market economy, unfettered capitalist economics that does not need to work this way. We have accepted it. We are the fish in the water, and one of them says, "How's the water today?" And the other fish says, "The what?" Like, we're in it, and we just don't realize it doesn't need to be this way. It's insanity. Another reason it's like this is because we've used GDP to decide success in a society. GDP only originated around World War II is when the term even started being used. And then it became more and more prevalent, and now it's how every society, except for a couple, Bhutan has gross national happiness. But it's basically
a phenomena. I'm going to become a phenomena. Thanks, Jinmin.
Of production, of consumption, of endlessly putting out and eating our world, where you could have a different form of an economic analysis that judged the health of people and the happiness of people and how good our green spaces are. And that discussion is never even had.
Well, I mean, if I understand you correctly, you're a godless hippie that hates freedom. Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah, I mean, that's what, if you take the first letter of every word I said, that's what it's called. Yeah.
So your speech was an anagram or something.
Yeah.
But no, it's such an amazing point that you're making, and I think a lot of Americans still don't. Because right now the economy, and we've talked about this before, but this last 4 months the economy's just been propped up, and all these looming things are coming. This 28 million evictions. And so other stuff we've talked about on this show, like the protests in Portland and the moms in Portland. Well, what happens when there's going to be "we're not leaving our home" protests? There's going to be "where's our food" protests. There's going to be a lot of that.
And in some of the purged history that you're not allowed to learn about, is America has a very strong history of eviction protests, people standing up in their neighborhoods and fighting against evictions, especially back during the Great Depression. And that is history that you aren't going to get in your standard third grade class.
I mean, the history books said Christopher Columbus was this nice, friendly guy, and America's the only country that helped win World War II or whatever the thing. It's just like.
I think in my class they did teach that a couple of people said they were not going to be evicted, and then Christopher Columbus stormed in and kicked their asses.
Yeah.
So,
yes. Japanese people in World War II said, "Oh, we'll gladly give up our homes to go to these camps. It sounds fun." So it's you bring up an excellent point because the government secret is the history of Americans being basically lied to about how our economy works, thinking that we're all, and the myth of like the American dream and all this other stuff. And, people in the 50s and 60s were like, boy, if we ever go off the gold standard, we're in trouble. And then Nixon took us off the gold standard and everyone was like, okay,
Yeah,
cool.
he stands his whole show. It's crazy. I asked him about that on the interview, bro.
It feels like
And they told me why.
this quarantine, this COVID, and then of course, the murder of George Floyd. All of these things have existed prior, but this pandemic and everybody at home has really pulled the cover off on all of America's lies and problems and our economic, because that GDP thing, that's just we've all been so, it's like, well, the stock market's doing well. Who gives a shit? 85% of all stocks are owned by 1% of the population. When the stock market did great or it did poorly, did it affect your life financially or my life financially? No. It doesn't affect any American, even if you're somebody that has a couple $1,000s in stocks. It didn't really affect you have to have $100 million in stocks for that to sway. Like, oh, my stock portfolio is now worth 120 million, or now it's worth 70. So this notion we've been sold. And it's this whole consumer, and it comes down on the local level. It's funny, the stuff that the ruling class does on the federal level and all that, our foreign policy with the war, how that's parallel. We need the way we respond with our military is the way our police respond locally, and it's the same thing. So on a local level, we think, oh, the person with the big house and the fancy cars, they're doing great. Are they? Or are they in debt up to their eyeballs? Because we've been told, buy, get the new, get the fancy, get the big thing. And it's all coming undone. I mean, it's all coming undone. And I think people being locked in their homes for the last 4 months are realizing the human connection and what's important. And as this economy gets worse, people are really going to be confronted with that.
Yeah, and the weird thing is I know we don't have any time left, but the weird thing is if you really dig into these things is you really get to the root of it. Why do we even
1,000 people waiting for Jimmy Dore to go live right now, watching a blank screen.
That goes back to
a countdown
what we were talking
screen.
about advertising earlier. It's like I'm not saying that someone might not want a faster car to get somewhere faster. But why specifically that $100,000 car versus the $10,000 car? It's because we have grown up in a culture that has just endlessly beat us to death with the
There goes my
idea
super
that,
chat.
well, happiness is that car. Happiness is this shiny thing. And it's really
Super
tough to
chat
break
on Jimmy
out.
Dore's show.
It's really tough to say no to a fucking lifetime of social programming, social engineering.
Yeah.
We don't really call it that, but that's I think that should be the term that we use all the time. It's like with every ad break, with every Hollywood movie, most of them, we're getting a little dose of social engineering, and it's turned us into monsters who just want to destroy the planet because it's fun.
Yeah, because it gets us a newer, fancier thing rather than, you're right. So we've been engineered to not ask the question, hey, what's best for society? I don't have any kids, you don't have any kids, but we both know that if everybody got good education and free college, that would make our society better. And this notion of well, I don't have kids, who cares? That's ridiculous. Me buying...
Even the people who have kids say, well, my kids aren't in public school, so who cares?
Yeah, exactly, which is it's a mystifying to me. The cutting your nose off to spite your face is just and these people defund the police and blah, blah. I know cops don't want to deal with the homeless problem. Like, don't you want to live in a city where everyone has a home and is treated decently? And don't you want to live in a society where, unarmed black men don't get killed? The cops can't just murder you? Like, isn't that what you want? Or are you just like, well, no, and there's more crime, so don't you want to stop crime? No, I'm just going to buy a gun and get a gated house. Yeah, good luck, man. Let me know how that turns out.
Yeah, that actually, the cops dealing with all these things like homelessness and everything. I'm getting into that in an upcoming episode of Redacted tonight.
I wonder how old Michael
because
Brooks was. Does anybody know how old Michael Brooks was? 36 or 40 or something like that?
He's a professor now, and he teaches about policing, and he put out an article about how people don't understand what police spend their time doing. And he created this chart where it shows how much of their time they spend doing each of these different things. And the vast majority of the chart is filled with lost property, giving directions, homeless people, mentally ill people, dealing with that's the vast majority of what police spend their time doing. And his point is, look, here's why we need to fund police, because what they do is not run around shooting at people. They spend all their time dealing with mentally ill people and homeless people and stuff. And he doesn't realize that, in fact, he's giving the argument why we must defund the police.
Yeah.
Because the police should not be doing all this stuff.
Exactly.
If you want people to give out speeding tickets, then have speed watchers that aren't armed.
Yeah.
If you want someone to take care of the homeless people, then have a homeless people helpers that go and help them that aren't armed. There's no reason the cops should do all these things except for the fact that the ruling elite need a basic
Iceman! Yo, Iceman! Yo, Iceman! Yo, Iceman!
Oh, yeah.
Yo, Iceman! Yo,
You
Iceman!
send me a
Yo,
photo or a video of a
Iceman!
cop putting their knee on the neck of a billionaire, and I'll give you $1,000. Like, it doesn't exist.
I've seen it once, but it was a kinky dominatrix thing, and the guy was in. It was one of those buttless cop outfits.
Butler's cop
Or like a
outfit.
stripper gram, which I'm down
Yeah.
with. I mean, if a cop wanted to do that,
I'm okay
that'd
with
be
that.
fine.
I'm okay with that. I think I'm okay with that.
Well, all right, Lee.
I'm
I
okay
guess
with that.
that's
I think that's the episode. I think we did it. But we'll be hopefully back again next week. Folks, please share this. Let everyone know that we are available on none of the podcast platforms.
We're keeping this a government secret.
Part of the gimmick is this podcast is a secret.
If you can find it, congratulations.
For now, we hope to be on the platform soon. For now, you can listen to us on Libsyn, or we'll be tweeting out the links, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
And we hope you'll subscribe to the various channels. My stuff's all at leecamp.com, where you can also find my book, and my comedy special is at Lee Camp. It's free. It's at leecamp.american.com. And Graham, your stuff?
If you go to GrahamElwood.com, you can get my YouTube show, which is The Political Vigilante, and I cover a lot of stuff, MMT, politics, Epstein stuff, obviously, and then, of course, all my Patreon and social media is at GrahamElwood.com, and my some movies that I've directed, and T-shirts and merchandise are all at GrahamElwood.com, and, of course, I'm also on rockfin.com/GrahamElwood, a blockchain cryptocurrency platform.
Blockchain cryptocurrency platform.
Check it out. Thanks, folks. Until next time. See you soon.
Government secrets. End of the episode. Oh, all right, buddy.
When are we going to get that button that you can just push? I'm afraid you're going to...
Shout out Nate's Garden, Graham. Shout out Nate's Garden, Graham.
Well, dude, good to see you, man.
No law regarding
fun.
cannabis for all. Cheers, everybody.
You know what happens?
Good to see you, and I'll talk to you soon. And so, you found out that when you stop recording, you do not need me to send you a file, right? You have it all.
Yeah, let me stop Zencaster right now. Yeah, it merges them. It merges them right now, so I don't need you to send it. I'll let you know if it does, but it should.
Cool.
It shouldn't, because it's processing you. Yeah.
All right, thanks a lot, man.
All right, buddy. We'll see you later.
See you later.
Say goodbye to Lee Camp, ladies and gentlemen, coming on the program to join us. Hit the like button, citizens of Gotham. Citizens of Gotham, hit the like button. Boom, 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 boom. Thank you guys so much. Isn't that cool? I love the government secrets thing. So here's what I do with it. The segments will be cut up and released in the next day as
I don't know
will be released in the next day as just separate clips.
why
on
the
my
audio and
YouTube
video are
channel.
so mismatched.
And then I'll release the whole audio or the whole video.
Restart it and see if it matches up before he disconnects. Shit, man. Click
This
the.
week we had to do it earlier, but thank you for supporting the program. 240 likes, hit the like button. Another great way to support the show is to do what Tony DeMeo has done. Hit the dollar icon, the super chat icon.
320 views.
Afford all these Zencasters a subscription and all this other stuff. Tony DeMeo, I'm currently reading Lies My Teacher Told Me. I highly recommend it. That's Lee Camp's book again. Go to leecamp.com. When you buy...
I'm logged into the wrong.
We do.
Oh, here we go.
You're supporting a small business, and I ship exclusively with the post office, so it's union labor. It's all good stuff. Tony DeMeo, again, shave your knuckles for justice. You guys know about real cancel culture. Yes, we do. 356 likes, 322 people liking. Let's get the likes up to 300, ladies and gentlemen. Zachary hello Zachary. You're making Gotham great again. R.I.P. Michael Brooks, such a progressive fighter. Yeah, we were talking about it yesterday on the program when I did Rockfin last night. I didn't know him, but it's I knew a little bit of his work, and they just said he had health complications. I don't know. So I'm sorry that happened, man. I don't know what went down, and I was familiar with some of his work, and it's sad to anybody that was watching him on a regular basis, and obviously his friends and family. Yeah, that's a bummer. I'm sorry. Jimmy Jones, Jimmy, thank you for supporting the show. Great job. Shave your knuckles for justice.
It wouldn't let me
Boom.
send it.
You can do what Jimmy Jones has done, folks.
It won't let me send the super chat.
Icon, and I will answer whatever your questions are. And then also, if you're new to it, like maybe you're one of Lee's fans or whatever, please hit the subscribe button.
Why is my super chat not going? Check out my channel for a great interview.
So hit the subscribe button. That'll really that helps my numbers. And hit the bell notification button. I try to go live 5 days a week. I'm going to take tomorrow off, and then go live again Thursday.
It wouldn't let me say check out my channel
Thursday and maybe Friday. I did Sunday
because I said check out my
I
channel.
did the Sunday 3:00 stream this past Sunday because that was my regular time for live streaming for like 3 years.
There it goes.
Go back to it.
Now it's going through.
And then if you follow me at Graham Elwood on Twitter, that's also when I
He should read this out
usually I
loud.
go live for
I'm gonna make him. I'm gonna make him promote it. He's got how many people? 300 people that want to watch him right now. They could now come to this channel and see.
Chuck K, what's up, Chuck? Shave your knuckles for justice. #1 fan. Boom, 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 boom. Thank you, Chuck. Leopard. Shave your knuckles for justice.
Shave your knuckles for
Tom
justice.
Seckers / Spy Culture does some great stuff.
Shave your
on
knuckles for
DoD and movie
justice.
Industry. Also, R.I.P. Michael Brooks.
Shave your knuckles
Well,
for
thank you so
justice.
much. I wasn't aware of Tom and Spy Culture. Okay. DoD and the movie industry. Awesome.
The
You know what always helps?
the stream is perfect.
Like, if you follow him and myself on like Twitter, is tweet out to both of us, like Graham, you should have Tom on your show, because I'd love to have him on the show to talk about that. That'd be really cool. So thank you, DC. Shave your knuckles for justice. If you work in advertising, kill yourself. Bill Hicks. Yeah, I remember that.
I got hairy knuckles.
Yeah, he's like, kill yourself. Oh, he's taking a kill. That's a great bit by Bill Hicks. It's a great bit. Sam D, what's up, Sam? I hope things are okay down in Melbourne. I know it's a little nuts with the COVID numbers there in Victoria, but I hope you're well. G'day, mate. Are you okay with churches getting $7.7 billion in recovery money? Let's discuss. I think it's great, Sam. They're getting God's money. No. Yeah, let's talk about that. So,
Let's talk about it.
churches getting $7.7 billion in recovery money. First of all, churches are not for profit. They don't have to pay any taxes.
Right.
Okay, and a lot of them are getting like basically free land. And I'm sorry, we're facing, as we talked about with Lee, 28 billion foreclosures are looming. That's happening. That's coming soon. That is a freight train. But the churches get bailed out. Why don't we bail out the American people first?
I'm refreshing again.
Why don't we keep people in their homes and put it?
Maybe to line up. I don't know why the audio and video.
Actually give it directly to the American people, not in the form of low interest
Audio and video
loans,
get separated.
but just here's money. Go, stay up, stay afloat, pay your bills, put that money back into the economy. That's what we need to be doing. So $7.7 billion is just preposterous, man. Thanks for bringing that up so it's something to discuss. But no, they don't need $7.7 billion. Do non-for-profits need some money to stay afloat? Yeah, sure, because most of them are dependent upon donations. But the churches, come on. Big Texan, what's up, Big Texan? Shave your knuckles for justice. Good to have you on the show. Hey, Graham, glad to see that Eminem's segment last night on Rockfin. Sad to see it got pulled. Oh, Jesus, shave your knuckles for justice. Yeah, so an update on that. My producer told me that they pulled the segment because I show the whole music video. Now, I don't think that it's YouTube like throttling me.
That's why we couldn't hear it. They were muting it as he was playing it.
I show a whole music video, and that is a huge.
That's why we couldn't hear it.
Subject with copyright issues, and Eminem has a big record label. And these big record labels go, no,
unbelievable.
You can't play that or monetize it or make any money from that at all. So if you show any clips like that of any music videos in one of your YouTube videos, the whole thing got pulled. So that's probably a big record label just putting that out there saying no. So what I'm going to do is and I'm a little behind on releasing on Rockfin because Rockfin doesn't have an administrator thing yet. So I'll put that segment on Rockfin.
Let's see if this goes through.
Everyone can watch it. I put all my videos on the videos that are on YouTube. I also put on Rockfin, and you don't need to subscribe to Rockfin to watch. You just need to set up a free account. There's premium content on Rockfin that costs $10 a month, and for that $10 a month, you get every content creator's premium content on Rockfin. So for $10 a month. And if you sign up through rockfin.com/Graham Elwood and endorse my channel, then you get Ron Placone's bonus premium content, Convo Couch, Nico House, Jimmy Dore's on there now, Kim Iverson, you get all their shows. But that's when I come into these copyright issues, I usually just put it up. So that video will be exclusively on Rockfin since YouTube has pulled it. Nay's Garden Show, Shave Your Knuckles for Justice, for a great interview with Graham from just an hour ago. Nay's Garden. Yeah, I was just on Nay's Garden. Thank you for having me on the show. It was a really cool discussion. And he goes live all the time. But just go to Nay's Garden. So it's obviously archived. We had a great discussion today. Really cool conversation and great questions. And it's another cool show to support. So, support indie media. Boom! Thank you, Nays. Thanks for having me on, brother. Gina Gal. I was going to say Ginga Gal. Jesus. Gina Gal 9. I'll try to make the easier pronunciation. Shave Knuckles of Justice. Please have Jordan back on, Graham. His coverage in Kentucky was awesome. Love you, Graham. Thank you, Gina Gal. Yes, I love Jordan. I got to get Jordan back on the show. Man, Status Quo, holy shit, they are like on fire.
They're
Status
taking
Quo,
off, yeah.
The thing I love about what he has created over there.
From what he had to
doesn't
build
lose
it from,
much.
too.
He sends journalists.
He
out
had to build
go
it from
do
the
his
ashes.
journalism.
You know?
He's on it, man. Status Quo is on it. Like, watch them. They're really good on election tampering. That's a really solid. I love Jordan, what he's done over there. So yes, thank you for reminding me that, because I'll definitely get Jordan back on the show. Tony DeMeo, shave your knuckles for justice. Hollywood is pro torture. Have you seen 24? Oh yeah, they push that shit all the time, man. 24 was pushed. I was just watching that show Newsroom, Aaron Sorkin's show. He's so in favor of it. He's in favor of intelligence. He's in favor of torturing. And he acts like, oh, I'm going to show both sides of it. But they're really pushing it, saying it's okay. It's like, it's insane. Trump continues the evils. Obama and added his own. Obama continues the evils of Bush and added his own, et cetera, et cetera. Evil increases incrementally. That's absolutely true. Yeah, Jordan and his crew are great. Status 2 got too blinded by Bernie. Yeah, maybe that they might have been too pro Bernie. You know, people got too pro Tulsi, people got too pro Bernie. We're all human. We wanted someone to like lead it. Imagine if Bernie fought and had the nomination.
Where's Cheryl at right now, right?
Scary, but man, Bernie's going to win in November. Well, we're going to really, things are going to change. Yeah. But Status Quo does great on the ground report. They do good work over there. Check them out. I like Status Quo, but Jordan hustles for cash too much. Look, we all have to do that. Jordan has staff that he pays and people that are paying for plane tickets. So he don't be too judgmental of any of us. I have to push Patreon and Rockfin and the Super Chat. That's how we do this. So, this isn't a hobby. This is my full-time job. And Jordan literally flies all over the country and has a staff call. So I know sometimes it seems like a lot, like, support Patreon, Rockfin, Super. I know it's a lot, but it's how because none of us get big ad dollars. So don't be too critical of that. It's just how we got to do it, man. So I appreciate you watching the show. 288 likes. Boom. You might. Salut. I hope I pronounced that correctly. I usually butcher them. My fault. Shave your knuckles for justice. Russia claims to have finished vaccine. Should we bomb them? Well, that's the thing that's so like. I'm confident someone's going to come up with a vaccine or some kind of therapy, but in this insane country, we want to charge everybody $3,000 for one treatment of remdesivir. Like, give me a break. I hope. I mean, it's like, what's going to happen? There's going to be, because the pharmaceutical companies run this country, and they don't want. There's definitely not going to be a free vaccine. It's not going to. They don't want it to be affordable. They're just going to cut on it, even though they could stop the spread of it and save people's lives.
Your PS3.
To be made.
It's crazy, bro.
They're so evil. So, I think there's going to be a black market. People are just going to be shipping medications across the world. That's just good. People are just going to be doing that because Russia will give it to its citizens for free or next to nothing because they have basically free healthcare, or it's like minimal cost. Like you go get a treatment and it's like $10 that would cost here like $2,000 or whatever. I came from Trendy as Dabbers.
I came
Here's
from.
a like and a subgram. Thank you so much. If you're new to the show, please hit the subscribe button, hit the bell notification button. I go live 5 days a week.
It's Nay's
Thank you so
Garden.
much.
He knows me as Nay's Garden. But thank you.
Nay's Garden Show, what's up? Shaver Knuckles for Justice, Nays. We could not hear it as you played it. They literally muted it on the fly. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right. So, yeah.
They muted it and they
So,
still
I don't know.
took it down.
They're really strict, and I get it. The copyrights on music, they don't want people. I get it. It's an intellectual property. They own the rights to it. I wouldn't want somebody like playing my comedy and not giving me money for it, or playing Earbuds, a movie I directed, or whatever. So I get it. I do want to show the video and my commentary on it because I think it's important, and I think the lyrics that Eminem had in that are. And one of the things I was talking about, if you didn't watch the Rockfin live stream last night, is I wanted to show how powerful art can be, and how the corporatization of the media includes entertainment, and so we don't have musicians, hip hop, whatever, challenging the powerful because they work for these multinational media, the 5 companies that own everything, right? That we were just talking about with Lee about how the CIA is.
More beers, no problem.
So it's I will put the video back up on Rockfin because I want people to talk about it, because it's a thing Ed just talks about in Death of the Liberal Class, about art back in the 20s and 30s used to be very political and social commentary and workers' rights and labor and all this stuff, and then it's all been watered down. And so when Eminem comes up with a song and has lyrics in there that are like calling out what's wrong, it's
I feel like we're back in the interview.
Sam Dean! Stay safe down under, buddy. I like wearing a mask. Other pedestrians can't see me muttering evil at them as they enter my field of vision. It's good to wear, it's good to wear, no mask there, I don't get it. It's like, so doctors and the surgery teams all wear masks, not to protect themselves and the patient during the operation, but it's because they hate freedom. They prove the masks. Yeah, you can breathe. It's a hassle. I just went on a bike ride and I had it. Sometimes I pull it down when there's nobody around. I get it, but like in a closed, it's not that hard. Thanks, Sam. Jason Milton, what's up, Jason? You're making Gotham great again, Jason. Boom. Graham, what do you think about Trump's SS military force running around locking protesters up? The Main Street mayor is saying they're looters, and I love status quo. Yeah, I know, it's crazy. That's the problem, too. You see how complicit the corporate media is. Even the so-called liberal side of it, CNN, and that's so critical of Trump. But they're when he does something like that, all these looters had to be like, they're not calling out the fact that Department of Homeland Security is sending unmarked soldiers in unmarked vans to just snatch people up. They're not like, holy shit, this is evil. They're just like, oh, it's okay. Boy, those looters in Portland keep causing problems. You see the narrative. You see how it's pushed. It's such bullshit, man. But if they do talk about it, they talk about it as though Obama had nothing to do with this. Like, Obama didn't keep the NDAA going. Like Trump was the first president to do this. Like, so nuts. Tisha T, what's up, Tisha? How you doing? Did you see the recent Joe Rogan interview with Peter Schiff? I'd be interested in your thoughts. I have not seen that yet. But
He just got a $50 tip, guys.
I don't listen to Joe Rogan's podcast, but I'll watch.
He got a $50 tip from somebody.
It's just it's really interesting. But I'll check that out. Thank you.
Wow.
Miss Hendricks. What's up, Miss Hendricks? Thank you for supporting the show. Really appreciate it. 303 likes. That's what I'm talking about. That gets the vegan guns going. Did you see the poll that shows Trump only leads over Biden with white voters? I think he could win in November if he keeps scaring white boomers. Yeah, not surprisingly, all those white boomers and all those Karens are going to vote. I don't know. If Biden wins, there's a good chance Trump is going to say no and not leave, or say, oh, the election's rigged, or whatever. If he does win, Trump does win, then I don't know what's going to, people are going to leave this mass exodus out of this, people are just going to fight even harder. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. Yeah. November's going to be nuts. Leading up to it and after it, it's going to be fucking nuts. Mary Bishop, what's up, Mary? Thank you so much for supporting the show, and I really appreciate when you do the big super chats like that. It's really cool.
$50. Shout out.
It's what you're doing when you do big donations like that, Mary, is a lot of people, have lost work because of the pandemic, and so you're helping, people that can't afford to support the show, you're supporting for them. So I really appreciate that. I really appreciate anything. Anybody gives me anything, $1, whatever, and people have supported the show. I have a P.O. box, which is on my website, grahamelwood.com, and buying stuff on, it's all good. So I any way you can support the show, I really appreciate it. So thank you, Mary. Stick up for fellow progressives. You are a kind man, Graham. Got $100 for a death a few years ago. You get half, brother. Oh, wow. Holy shit. Well, thank you. Thanks, Mary. I really appreciate that. That's very kind of you to split that with me. I appreciate it.
Nice.
That's awesome. Show Mary some love in the chat, everybody. Biden is a passive Trump. Fairly accurate. Guess what, Graham? It's either going to be Biden or Trump, not hipster McSoy milk for the Green Party. Oh, CDC has multiple studies that refute effectiveness of masks against influenza, like disease spread. N95 masks might be effective, but not surgical masks. Interesting. I look on Graham's Twitter feed to find out when he's going live. Maybe posting in the community tab would help too, Graham. Thank you for your tweet. I appreciate that. Yeah, I think I gotta talk to my producer about if she can do more stuff. I'm not doing enough with my community tab on YouTube, and I need new graphic art. This was suggested to me by somebody at YouTube a while ago. So when you log onto my YouTube page, you see me doing that post, and they're like, you should just put a graphic up there that says live streams, 4 days a week or something like that. Follow at Graham Elwood for updates or something, just to get people to who people were just stumbling across the channel. Maybe they found one video that they liked of mine, and they're like,
NaysGarden.com.
They see, oh, he goes live. So maybe that's something to put in there. So I appreciate that, Truth to Tweet. I'll check that out. Sam Dean, what's up, Sammy? How you doing, brother? You and Lee should do the Montreal cognitive test. It takes 2 people just to have done it to prove how easy it is.
Thank you, MDS.
The final 5 questions. Oh, I'm afraid.
I'm trying to push it to 4 hours and 20 minutes again.
You gotta change the name of the show? Political psycho? Psycho vigilante? That's a different show.
I could ask him more questions. That's one question I had. Where did you come up with the name Political Vigilante? Does the vigilante name have specific meaning for you? And I loved Batman ever since I was a little kid. Did he too? Or was this something he got into later in life?
That the Japanese have such a greater immune system than we do. All they did was have every single person wear a mask and had a very low rate of COVID. Yeah, I talked to my friend who lives in Tokyo. She goes, everyone wore a mask.
I had pictures that I drew of Batman when I was a little kid. I used to draw pictures of Batman.
My husband rides the train to work on the subway in Tokyo, a massive city. Everyone's got a mask, goes to work every day. Everyone's got a mask. They kept it low. Their unemployment rate is like 2.6%, 2.7, something like that, right around there. It's not 18% like we have in this country. Wasn't that hard?
Right on, Coney. Thank you so much.
Grasp.
Appreciate you, bro.
What do I think about mandatory vaccines? Those I'm a little scary, especially if it comes from Bill Gates. When he flew on Epstein's plane, creep, is into eugenics. I'm good for like, hey, here's a vaccine. It helps, take it, so you won't get it. Okay. But no need to change. You're already a little psycho. That's funny. Thank you. But Graham America, thank you. $307 likes, everybody. Oh. So, this was my backup mic. This mic is crapped out, and we had problems yesterday. So I'm borrowing this mic from my buddy that I've known for a long time, Mike Siegel, who has a cool podcast called the Travel Tales Podcast. He's Mike and he's known Jimmy Dore for a long time. He has a very cool podcast called Travel Tales Podcast, where he's traveled all over the world. He's a comedian, and I met him doing comedy in Chicago. And he lives in my neighborhood. Let me borrow this mic. And tell him I ordered one July 2nd, and it still hasn't shown up. So, go check out Travel Tales Podcast. Mike Siegel, he interviews other travel writers, travel bloggers, and it's a good podcast. And he's helping the show out by letting us use the mic. So show him some love. Jason Milton, what's up, Jason? Shaving Knuckles for Justice. I don't know if Trump wins, then I'm thinking about leaving the U.S. and moving to Australia because we are a failed state. It's like the fall of the Roman Empire. I hear you, man.
Yeah, it is.
I'd go to Australia right now if I could. If it was
is
open.
like the fall of the
It's
Roman
closed
Empire.
right now, and I don't know that
The
they're
Roman
gonna be
Empire
opening it up
fell.
for
And so is America. America will fall as well.
tourists for maybe till
And we're
next
in the
year.
middle of that fall. We're getting ready to. We're starting it already.
Citizen is if you're married to an Australian. So any American, any Aussie ladies living in LA that want to get married and we'll go back home, you let me know. You gotta be living in LA, so we get married now, and then we'll fly to Australia. How about? Sam Dane, Shaving Knuckles for Justice. South Australia threatens 2 years prison for illegal border crossing. See consequences for spreading COVID-19. That wasn't difficult. Now, was it? Yeah, I know. Just, it helps everybody. It's not that hard. Costa Rica is the best place on earth aside from Newfoundland. Oh man, I love Costa Rica. I love Costa Rica. I went surfing there 2 years ago. It's beautiful. They have a digital nomad visa, which is something I've been looking into because I can do the show anywhere, and I've been looking at other places. I've been wanting to do that for a while, way before COVID, for several years. I was like, man, if this political vigilante thing takes off, which it kind of
SRC, are you bipolar like me? You remind me of Karsten when Karsten first came in here.
Anywhere.
Oh, you're drunk?
So like, I got some friends. Why would you be nice?
Oh, that's
Australia?
funny.
The thing about Costa Rica, the one thing is like, because I know Barbados has this, they're inviting people. I don't know anybody in some of these places, and that's not a small thing. You know, I want to move. I'm not like 22 and I'll just bartend and meet people. Like, I don't know. If I had several friends that lived in Costa Rica, I'd go down because the surfing is so good. But yeah, we'll see. Sean Smith, what's up, Sean? Shave Your Knuckles for Justice. Thank you for supporting the show. To come to any kind of resolution, we have to acknowledge the system that governs us, and its foundation is the root cause of our state now. That is such a good point, Sean. And I think it's one of the things that, like, one of the things Lee and I were talking about. So, we have to talk about the whole system that's created. It's such a really good point. All the laws that have been instituted, all the stuff that's going on for hundreds of years, but also, people who think, oh, it's just Trump's cracking down on protesters, Trump sending his friend, but the NDAA, that was Obama let that happen. Obama continued the Patriot Act. The Patriot Act was supposed to be sunsetted after about 2-3 years. Just an initial thing to deal with 9/11. Oh, we keep that going. The democratically controlled Congress just kept it going. So yeah, it's a really good point, Sean. We got to everybody keeps thinking like, oh, Trump is the first. Trump's awful. He's awful. But this notion that like, how did he get to power? How did this happen? Because we have this utterly corrupt system. I mean, you watch the Epstein thing, and it shows you. The ruling class controls the media. They control these ridiculous, professional wrestling two parties. They control the courts. It's just like unreal, man. And if we don't wake up to that system, like you say, recognize and acknowledge the system that's governed us and its foundation as the root cause of our state now, people don't acknowledge that, then they're going to keep thinking, oh, it's like the vote any blue will do crowd, like, we'll get it, that they keep dangling that progressive carrot at us. Oh, Bernie lost, but we'll get a progressive in there in 2024. And it's like, that's part of this corrupt system that I think you're talking about, this notion that will change the Democratic Party from within. It's designed to not change from within. The corporate structure that owns both parties doesn't want it to change. They didn't want it to change.
Yeah, I agree with you,
The
SRC.
reason they allowed the Tea Party to operate within the Republican Party is it didn't hurt their core business. The actual progressives are bad for business. That's why they get co-opted and mollified and watered down, and they acquiesce eventually. They're given little table scraps and they fold. The progressives just fold, man. Miss Hendricks, shave your knuckles for justice. I'm an Aussie, but I'm married and live in Ohio. Ha ha! Well, if you got any single friends that live in LA, let me know. We'll get married and go back home.
If you got any single friends that live in LA.
360 likes.
Jimmy
There's no country
Jimmy
in
Storter
the
still has not
country
gone
with
live yet.
offshore money, laundering, and tax fraud. I don't know. That's interesting. Yeah, trying to fix the world with platitudes, plugging a breaking dam with just your fingers and toes. Yeah. But Costa Rica also has no military, and they have, my understanding, especially from being there, they have one of the most progressive environmental policies I've seen a country have. America needs a full constitutional reform to stop this from happening again. McConnell says he'll block bills if Trump loses. That's it. He should be fired immediately. Oh, I know. I mean, I'm hoping all this protest and people getting involved and getting in the streets, which is good, that they realize, obviously, the thing we talk about, when we talk about change happens on the local level, it means getting real progressives and socialists and democratic socialists in your local city council and in your state government. So then if Mitch McConnell tries to pull that shit, you're like, gone. And you win all these local elections, then you get real people like Kishore Sawant will run for Congress. And then we'll have a socialist in Congress. We need to get Greens and Movement for a People's Party and Democratic Socialists in all these positions. So when McConnell tries to pull that shit, it's like, you're done, man. And protest and shut stuff down. And do boycotts. I'm telling you, the economic thing is the most powerful thing. I cannot say it enough about the FedEx got pressure from customers saying, you better change the mascot. And when FedEx said we're going to pull out, that's when Snyder, who's an idiot, probably racist, we're never changing the Washington Redskin. That's part of our history. He's been saying it for years. I'm never changing that mascot. Oh, FedEx says we're pulling our $500 million out. No, so yeah, we'll change. See what happens?
Yeah, money
Money
talks.
talks and bullshit walks, man. Go get them.
Goddamn right.
Go get them. Go get them at the money. That's what I say. How I haven't been saying vote with your dollars for 3 years just because it's a cute term. I'm showing you how powerful it is, right? Local is what it's all about. When our system collapses permanently, local government will be the most important. Yeah. And people keep again, and this was some people in the Bernie camp and just expecting Bernie's going to come in and swoop and wave a wand and everything's going to be fixed. Even if Bernie would have won, he still couldn't do it unless he had local stuff. And again, why local is so important? People are really sealing it because, yes, right now, the pandemic, we need federal money, but it's your state unemployment that you had to file unemployment with, right? It's your local police department that needs to be defunded.
No, don't leave.
Right? Your local government can say, we don't want federal
leave.
troops coming in here. Local governments allowed the California National Guard to come into my town here. The local government did that. So you pressure the local governments, that's when you see where your power is. And then the local governments really pressure the federal government. Again, the gay marriage is such a great example. The federal government said no, all these states said, yeah, we're going to vote for it. The citizens of that state said, we're voting for it, we're voting for it, we're voting for it. Same thing with marijuana. We want this, we want this, we want this. And eventually the feds have to capitulate. So getting more involved in your local level is so much more important, right? Maybe Granny Petrol can sing Sail Away. The new name is the Washington Warmongers. That's funny.
Washington Warmongers. Woo. That's fucking great. That's great, eh?
I'm leaving LBC end of this month, very upset, but nothing
Greatly
more than
great.
saving money and moving in with family. Yeah, a lot of people are going to be doing that. Local is a safety net, and it's better for the environment, absolutely. Trump is just a puppet for the Pompeos. Either way, Biden or Trump, you're screwed. Yeah, I know. All right, kids. I'm getting hungry. I'm getting hungry.
I'm stealing bread. I don't mind stealing bread. Nancy Pelosi doing it. I don't mind stealing bread.
Granny Petrol karaoke, or would you like me to do Eddie Vedder?
Nancy Pelosi.
I like Eddie Vedder.
Do Nancy Pelosi.
Want me to do Eddie Vedder doing another dance song?
Call me Nay, SRC.
Eddie Vedder singing a
N-A-Y.
pop song? I had Eddie Vedder sing Miley Cyrus Party in the USA. That was fun.
I don't mind stealing bread from the mouths of decadence.
324 likes, citizens of Gotham. Is this what it was like in the early 30s in Deutschland? Could very well be.
Boom. It's like that battery goes boom. 100.
Graham, if you vote for Biden, you'll have 2 years because he'll likely die by then of great content to rip apart neoliberals. Do it. I will not vote for Joe Biden. Oh, somebody said Eddie Vedder. Oh, a lot of Eddie Vedder votes.
Battery is boom. 100%.
Shedder and Granny Duet. That's really hard to do.
Climbing still. 520.
Germany had to be good before everything turned. Feels like the same thing is happening. Well, again, this looming economic 28 evictions.
Happy 420, everybody. Cheers. No law regarding cannabis. Cannabis is for all.
That's going to really.
No law
stabilize
regarding
things.
cannabis, of
Things
course.
could go really, even more fascist, which could then out of it could be an amazing.
I got to check my battery
transformation
state. I'll be right
revolution.
back.
It's going to be crazy. It's going to be messy, man.
I don't mind stealing bread from the mouths of decadence.
All right, I'm going to do it. I feel like doing Eddie Vedder. Watch Babylon Berlin. This is like the late 20s generally. Thanks, Sork Y2K. Good point. Biden will stroke out before November. Could very well be, man. Sam D, what's up, brother? Australian government gave another $750 to pensioners / unemployed last Wednesday, and another $750 today. I feel so sorry for the U.S., mate. Where's the money? Absolutely. No, I know. We've heard about this, and thank you for sharing that. Like, you've told us, you've gotten. I think Annabelle said you get $1,500 every 2 weeks. People are getting money in Canada and Western Europe and all these. We're just being taken care of. Imagine if we were like, okay, here's Medicare for all. Here's student debt forgiveness. And you either have to say you don't have to pay rent and we're going to pay all the landowners so you don't have to pay rent, or here's $3,000 a month UBI to pay your rent. I mean, you got to do something. You got to do something. And it's just like, it's crazy, man. Yeah, I'll tell you where the money is, Sam Dean. The money got given to Wall Street, $4.25 trillion given to banks in Wall Street in the CARES Act. And I don't know where we're at with the government right now, but it sounds like the $600 thing is going to end the end of this month, which is gnarly. Fetter's not funny like Granny Petrol. Kind of is, though. Then why did you ask? Yeah, and exactly, and Australia has a conservative government right now, but Australia's conservative government is to the left of our Democratic Party. Just to give you some context of how right-wing and insane America is. Like, it's nuts, man. Tisha T, what's up, Tisha? Shaving Knuckles for Justice. Joe Rogan, Peter Schiff is against the government. Is against the government away money to the rich, but is for capitalism. Oh, I see. It's against the government giving money away to the rich, but is for capitalism. Ah, interesting. Peter Schiff. I'd love to see Rogan how he deals with Peter Schiff. Good Lord. Good Lord. I just checked on where we were, where we're at with the government, and we'll find it. Giving away, yeah. Peter Schiff is against the giveaway money, the government give away money to the rich, but is for capitalism. Okay, I get it. Cool. Thanks, Tisha. 95% of Vermont Republicans are not like the Republicans in, say, Kentucky. Interesting. Well, our conservative party is actually called the Liberal Party. It's a different culture here, y'all. Thanks. Yeah, Make America Great Again was a Reagan saying. That was Reagan's saying. All right.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Bob. He usually doesn't swallow stuff like that. Man, Jimmy Dore still hasn't gone live. I'm going to be ending this. You guys.
He's been live for about 30 minutes with no stream going. Oh, that's right. He's going to go live soon. All right. I'll do a song and roll it on out. I'm getting hungry.
Watch Jimmy Dore with me. I'm going to go watch Jimmy Dore, but I'm going to end the show here in just a few minutes. Let me check my dashboard information here. See where we are on the timer. I got it pretty close last time. Within a second. It was perfect. It said 420 in 1 second. I'm going to try to make it say 420.20 or 420.00. I'm going to look. Try to figure that out.
Girls just want to have fun. Well, now I want to sing that as Granny Petrol, but I can't decide.
That'd be
I
great.
want to do it as Eddie Vedder.
Just come on over and check out Jimmy
I don't
Dore.
ask for you guys, and then I just decided to do this.
Okay, 3.5 minutes. I'm ending this live broadcast of Graham Elwood. I want to just say thank you, Graham.
I was raised with
Once
a whack
again,
homeschool curriculum.
Thank you for making this a fantastic 4-hour and 20-minute show.
Yeah, it's by design.
Really
If
appreciate
we
it.
had free college, we'd have all these educated people with all these expansive points
And,
of view, being willing to hear different points of view. Instead, we're undereducated, and what we are fed is bullshit and propaganda, and that's why this country's so divided. It's by design. We need to be divided, distracted, and afraid. That's how the ruling class stays in power.
45 seconds
They need
apart.
us fighting with each other. Red state, blue state, black, white, whatever. They need us. They need us fighting like that because. And Fox and CNN push this shit to get people, the working class people, to vote against their own interests.
You guys come on over to Jimmy Dore. He's going live after Graham is done. All right? And wait over there with me. That's where I will be. And then on Twitter, I'll see you at Nays Garden. And watch for Graham Elwood
All right.
at Graham Elwood
Sing his Granny Petrol.
on Twitter. GrahamElwood. Graham Elwood on Twitter. Follow him and let him know you found out about him from me if you did. Or let him know you enjoyed the interview and you'd like to see him back here in a few months. And let him know that him and I have got some things we could be talking about. For sure. I would love to have a conversation with him about certain things. I just didn't want to impose on him, I really appreciated his time today. It's fantastic. Okay, less than 2 minutes, guys. All right, you guys take care. I love y'all. I will see you over there at Jimmy Dore. Graham Elwood first, and then Jimmy Dore. All right.
Let's sing a song together.
Here comes Granny.
Granny Petrol.
Granny Petrol. Here she
I want to
comes.
sing a song.
She's coming on.
I like having fun. Unlike Greta. Greta.
I like Greta. I like Greta.
Unlike Greta.
I couldn't believe that this was a real person.
Greta's angry.
Boom.
Doesn't like pipelines.
Up. I don't know what that is. Oh, that's him. All right, you guys, thank you so much for watching. I don't want to get in trouble for that. So, you guys, thanks so much for watching. We're cutting this in 30 seconds or so. All right, you guys, thanks so much. Love y'all. 20 seconds. So this will hopefully say 420 for the time. Okay? You're trying to make it say 420:00. Bye, guys. Thank you again. And thank you, Graham Elwood. Hopefully, Steph Zamorano next week, guys.